Good afternoon and welcome. This is a regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called for Tuesday, September 28th, 2010 at 4 p.m. and beginning at 4:28 p.m. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Member Snyder. Snyder excused. Member Nee.
Here.
Nee present. Member Cotton. Cotton present. Member Manny. Manny excused. Member Washburn. Washburn excused. Member Knebber. Here. Knebber present. Member Wolf. Wolf present. Member Chan. Chan excused. Member Johnson.
Present.
Johnson present. Member Williams.
Present.
Williams present. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. You don't have a packet at all? Okay. All right. Are there any requested changes to today's agenda? Yes. Member Cawthon? Excuse me, sir.
The item on the agenda having to do with the Sunshine Award, I ask that be continued. We did not have an Education and Outreach Committee last month, so therefore we were unable to discuss it and provide documents for the task force.
Okay, this is item number 21 or 20. Okay, without objection, item number 20 is continued. Okay, any other requests for agenda change? Okay, sir.
I'm Cal Tilden, and it's mine against the Park and Recreation Department. I have with me Bruce McCullum, president of the Stowe Lake Corporation. The Park Department has also scheduled a meeting down in Marina Green talking about the food kiosk down there, where he should attend also. Could we move, if the Park Department representatives are here, and I told them I was going to make this request, if they are here, could we move this up so Bruce could make the next Park and Rec meeting down at Marina Green?
Okay. Is there any objection among the task force? Is there anybody else in the audience who would object to this item being moved up?
Yes, Mr. Wright.
Please approach the microphone, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Well, Mr. Wright, this will be my third meeting with the task force. My original meeting, I was unaware of your system and a person cut in front of me. My agenda pertaining to the Human Service Agency as a result of my diligence has me on your calendar to be first heard under item number 6, and I want to move accordingly because I have other business to take care of as well. And I recommend that everybody wait their turn just like I have been doing with my patients. Sincerely.
Okay. You would be inconvenienced then if your item was delayed?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would be inconvenienced by a delay?
Yes. I happen to be item number 7, and mine is for the exact same reasons. This is the third appearance at this thing, considering my specific case, and for me to extend cordiality to everybody else would mean it would have to have been extended to me, first of all. It never has been, so, yes, I object.
Well, sir, excuse me, sir. Would you experience inconvenience if the
I've been nothing but inconvenienced by this entire
Sir,
thing.
let me ask you, if Mr. Tilden's item were moved up, sir, would that inconvenience you?
Yes.
Okay. Further objections? Okay. Let me just observe that, what we will do then, without objection, I will move item number 14 up to be heard immediately after item number 7. Sir?
Good afternoon. I'm here on items 16 and 17, representing the Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
And I don't know if the complainant is here, but I do have a time problem if we get beyond 6 o'clock. So if there's some consideration that could be given to moving that up slightly, I'd appreciate it.
Is Mr. Combs present? Okay, at the moment, we'll wait on that. We may be able to accommodate you, we may not.
Okay.
At this point, it's hard to tell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, did I understand if you moved 14 up, does 15 follow it normally?
14 and 15, yes.
Thank you.
Will be moved up to after item number 7. Okay? Ma'am?
Hi. Can I request the 12th and 13th to be continued because the department is not here 1 minute before the hearing? I was handed this form by the Mr. Rostam and says that the planning just emailed to him and he handed it to me 1 minute before. I don't even have time to read it. They have no representative today as like they didn't.
Is the respondent here in Tang versus Planning Department? Is there any member of the Planning Department here today? Okay. No. Planning Department. This is in relation to items number 12 and 13.
Yeah.
Okay, without objection, this matter will be continued.
I hope the next time they come in and don't do this kind of trip again. I do have work to do too. I mean, I work and take the time off.
Thank you. Mr. Garza?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to request, sir, that you be silent until such time as you have actual business before this task force. Your outbursts are inconveniencing everybody else, and we have gone through this before, and if you're going to continue them, I will ask that you be removed from the room. Do I make myself clear? Do I make myself clear?
No, could you explain further?
No, I will not explain further, sir. You will be silent when you are seated in the audience. Do you understand that?
No.
In that case, will you please leave the room right now? Mr. Garza, you will leave the room right now, or I will call for security and have you removed.
Under what grounds? And I don't understand. Did you not explain yourself?
I did explain myself, sir. You will be, sir. I don't think there's a need to explain myself.
Thank you for your kindness.
I believe that completes changes to the agenda. Mr. Clerk, would you call the first item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The first item is the approval of June 22nd, 2010 regular meeting minutes.
Is there a motion?
I have a comment,
Okay.
and
Member
I
Coughlin?
just saw page 19, which was asked, which the chair had apparently asked to be inserted, and it's an alleged rendition of questions I had asked the chair when he was running for office. I believe the statements attributed to me are not correct. That's in paragraph 1. I said I was concerned about the direction, but I would never mention anyone's name. In number 2, the chair attacks me. Right down there, like line 5. And I've never seen any the minutes used to attack members. So I would ask that these sections be changed. The minutes actually are supposed to be a record of what a body does, not what a body says, and they certainly are not to be used as a cudgel to reprimand people that the person in charge of the minutes disagrees with. So that would be my request.
Further comment? The chair will...
I have one change. Are you commenting on this only?
This is item number 1, the minutes of the meeting of June 22nd, 2010.
I just have a simple, on page 16 of our packet, page 11 of those minutes, Member Cawthon's last name is left out of one of the sentences.
Member Wolf?
Mr. Chair, microphone. I think our proper process is to move the item, have it seconded, and then it's on the table for discussion.
Okay.
I think it's preferable to keep within our process than to disjunct it by having comments before the item is even brought to the floor.
Well, sometimes among members of the sitting body, comment can be taken before a motion is
I
made.
will move that we adopt the minutes with the changes I requested.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
So I move the minutes.
Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on the minutes? This is the minutes of our meeting of June 22nd, 2010. Sir.
My only comment is how many of the 6 members that are sitting here were at the June 10 meeting, or at the July 27 meeting, or at the August 24 meeting, or at the September 7 meeting? Because I find it extremely troublesome that people are approving minutes
We were all
at
here.
meetings where they weren't in attendance. There's only 6 of you here now, which means that you got to get all 6 in order to approve these. And that means that if any of you were not at those meetings, you really can't speak to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Regarding the issue that Member Cawthon raised, a couple of things. First of all, Member Cawthon, I believe, had an objection to the characterization in the first paragraph that she mentioned, characterization in the minutes that she mentioned me by name. I don't know if this is accurate or not for that particular reason, and perhaps we should go back and listen to the tape of the meeting. Second, regarding the attack on Member Cawthon, I believe you will see in the line right afterward that I emphasized that my intention to her attendance was not to disparage her. There are a number of people whose attendance here has not been 100%, and that's not a criticism. People have outside commitments. They have family. They have jobs. Member Cawthon has a lot of other volunteer activities that she does in the community. So this was in no way intended as a disparagement, and that is reflected in the minutes. Member Cawthon.
I would ask that the minutes be reviewed because of the first sentence, to make sure in the first sentence that I actually would use the chair's name. I don't think I would. Just not me. And regarding the statement in the second paragraph where I'm criticized for leaving early, my comment that I recall was that the minutes would not necessarily show that. I don't want to ask Chris to go through all the minutes of all the special meetings we've had. However, I would ask that that be taken out because I believe that it's really inappropriate to, whether or not the chair feels that he's disparaging a fellow member. It reads to me that way. So I would ask that that be taken out.
It's not a question of whether...
Please don't interrupt me. I'm not finished yet. So
Proceed.
I would ask that that be taken out.
Okay. Well, let me point out to you that this is a reflection of the conversation that occurred at that meeting. And I believe I said at that meeting that my mention of your name and anybody else's name was not meant to be disparaging. I said so at the time, and that's what these minutes reflect. Member Wolf?
Mr. Chair, I would at this time move to table these minutes upon review.
Moved and seconded to table.
And that would be tabled to the next meeting.
You mean, okay, continue to the next meeting.
Continue.
Continue to the next meeting. Moved and seconded to continue the next meeting. Discussion.
I would just ask that that the administrator review the minutes to make sure that my statement, my alleged statement, is indeed correct.
Okay.
I think since we've gotten a later start and it's unfair to the public to be sitting here while we're going through this, so I think we need to get on with the business because people have things to do, okay?
Is there public comment on the motion to continue the minutes? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Knebber? Aye. Knebber, aye. Member Wolf? Aye. Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams? Williams, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Okay. Call the next item, please.
The second item is the approval of July
I have a
27,
point of
2010 regular meeting minutes.
Sorry.
Okay. Point of order, please.
Because the the attorney can only stay with us for 2 hours. I would suggest that we take the cases first, so that in case we need to ask her, she will be here. Maybe we could take the minutes after we've gone through the cases, because we don't want to make all these people wait while we go through 5 sets of minutes. That would be my suggestion, and I will make it in the form of a motion.
Well,
I move that since the city attorney has to leave after 2 hours, that we take the cases first, so that there will be counsel here in case we have questions, and then that we reserve that we move the minutes till after we've taken care of the actual sunshine cases.
okay, so the motion then is to continue to put the minutes back until after item number
17.
That's correct, item number 17. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Discussion. Member Wolf.
I will reluctantly, very reluctantly, agree to this. We won't ever do this again. Minutes are meant to be approved at the beginning of the meeting because it's a record of previous meetings. And if there needs to be any clarity before the business of the task force begins, it needs to be done then. So I do this in protest.
Further comment. Is there public comment on the motion to adjust the agenda further beyond what we've already done? Sir.
I have no problem with numbers 2 and 3, but number 4 is a big problem for me. I spent a considerable amount of time today listening to the audio of that meeting and preparing for this discussion of those minutes, because it embraces a very serious and important topic, namely the regulations that the Ethics Commission is proposing. And I have to be honest with you. According to my calculation, if you look at all those cases, the time allocated is something like 3.6 hours. So for me to wait to the end to talk about this just isn't going to happen. I'm sorry. I'm at an age where I'm just not able to stay up to all hours in order to make points before this group, particularly since the group started a half an hour late, and because you have 4 sets of minutes to review, because you have an administrator who doesn't know how to write a set of minutes and get them posted and to the members promptly as required both by your own bylaws and by the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you.
Sir, may I ask you a question? Excuse me. May I ask you a question, please? You cited an objection specifically to item number 4, but you did not mention items 2 and 3. Do you have a similar objection to items 2 and 3?
No, not to 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you. Is there a substitute motion then to move items 2 and 3 past item 17, but not item 4?
So move.
Is there a second? The chair will second. Is there public comment on the substitute motion? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Discussion?
I just wanted to let you know that I gave my cell phone number to Chris so that even after I leave, if something comes up, some pressing question, you can call me up to 11, and I have another meeting after this, but I'll do my best to answer.
Okay. Does that change the equation any among members of the task force? No, it does not. So the motion then before us is to move items 2 and 3 past item number 17. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cotton?
No.
Cotton, no. Member Caneva?
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams? Williams, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 5 ayes and 1 no.
Okay.
Member Washburn is present.
Yes.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes and 1 no.
Okay. In that case, the next item is item number 4. Could you call that item, please?
Item number 4 is approval of September 7, 2010 special meeting minutes.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of September 7, 2010?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? I have some discussion, but I'll reserve that. Is there public discussion on the minutes of September 7, 2010?
I'll try to make this brief. First, I think there was a technical problem, because if you read the section of the minutes, number 3, there are references to an article, paragraph, and section on page 18 without identifying what set of documents page 18 consisted of. And I, of course, assumed that would be the 2 documents sent to you by the Ethics Commission. As it turns out, it was the numbering in the package, and I didn't know that until I listened to the audio. So I think there's a problem in how the minutes report these references. It should make it clear it's in the package, and if you don't have the package, too bad, because the agenda with the attachments only goes by attachment. It doesn't have a complete book. So as a side suggestion is that you start the pagination with each agenda item, and that will avoid the problem. That's only a technical problem. But the real problem is that the discussion, which went on for about a half an hour among 6 of you, was free-form and not adequately described. There were a number of side issues that were raised, trumping of the city charter by the ordinance, references to Article 15 in the charter, and the references to the Ethics Commission have the authority to do certain things. None of that was actually germane, but it isn't in the minutes, and for some reason, what was lost, if there ever was something said, although I couldn't find it, was how are you going to go about the issues related to the proposed rules and regulations submitted by the Ethics Commission. Now, I have a lot of other comments on that, and I will reserve them for public comment, but I don't think these minutes are very good. I don't think they're accurate of the discussion. I listened to the audio today. I don't think there was any real capturing of what was said, and I think that's important in any set of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on the minutes of September 7, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Discussion?
I have something, I don't know if it comes here or on the annual report. On page 50, second paragraph from the bottom, Member Wolf said there's a paragraph in the Education and Outreach report in which we ask that a city attorney attend all of our committee meetings so that we can have the advantage of their guidance. Member Wolf suggested that be put in the master report, and what did happen is that it was taken from the Education and Outreach report, put in the Compliance and Amendments Committee report, was not put in the master report. So I don't know if this goes here, but I would just request that the paragraph be left in the Education and Outreach Committee. Put it in the a Compliance and Amendments Committee if you want, but the request was that the paragraph about city attorney presence go in the master report. So that would be the report at the beginning that both Chair Nee and Vice Chair Wolf signed.
Member
I think
Wolf?
that was the intent, anyway.
That's incorrect, Member Cawthon. I had requested that statement basically flow through the entire document. I had originally suggested that it be contained in everybody's report, but Chair Nee was kind enough to provide some language that would make it global, not only just for the task force, but also covering all committees. So it basically, which is the sentiment of every committee and everybody on the board, on the task force anyway. So the idea was to try and make it concise at the very beginning of the report so that it reads all the way through everybody's report and the sentiment of all members.
Well, I just wanted to
Member
comment
Coughlin?
that invitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I would like it to continue. I wrote the education and outreach report, and I'd like it to stay there. I think it makes a good point, and I agree that it would be helpful to put it in other committees' reports. I didn't see it in the master report.
Well, what we're
perhaps
doing-
perhaps it was couched in other languages, but in other words. But what it says in the minutes is that Member Wolf said that the paragraph should be moved to another place, intact.
Okay. Obviously, there's some question as to the accuracy of these minutes. Also, I have some comments of my own. I believe in item number 1, motion to reschedule certain task force meetings late this year, I believe the on page 51, item number 2, this would be item 2 then, paragraph 1, line 2, and again paragraph 2, line 2, I believe the correct date would be December 28th, not December 21st. I may be incorrect on that, but I believe that was the date that we would have the regular task force meeting in December. Also, on page 52, item 4, line number 2, I believe public comment would have been taken at 6 p.m., not at 5 p.m., because our meeting actually started at 5. That would be general public comment. Also, I'm wondering if there was no public comment when public comment was called. None is indicated. So it's possible that nobody came forward, but again, I think that's something that should be reviewed. So, it said quorum lost at 7:05 p.m., but public comment was at 6. So, that being the case, the chair would entertain a motion for continuation of this item.
Second.
Moved.
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there public comment on the motion to continue this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Discussion. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cotton. Cotton, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is special recognition to Nicholas Goldman for his community service as member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and chair of the Complaint Committee.
Mr. Goldman, please step forward. I just want to say we're sorry to see you on that side of the room. We wish
It's
you
odd
were
to be on
still
this
up
side
here.
of the room, I'll tell you what. When I came in this afternoon, I almost made a beeline for my old chair. But, I had to force myself to sit back here. Yes, yes.
Mr. Goldman, first of all, the task force, on behalf of the City and County of San Francisco, which wishes to extend its sincere thanks to you for your service on our body here. I have to say that among all the members of the task force, whom it's been my pleasure to work with, you were consistently punctual about being here. You were also very diligent in doing the homework that was needed in order for you to participate in a meaningful way on the task force and on the various committees on which you serve. So I'm going to ask Mr. Rustum to hand you this certificate of our thanks. And I will ask if any member of the task force has any remarks that he would like to make. Member, why don't we just go around from one end to the other, starting with Member Neber.
Mr. Goldman, the man who taught me how to run an efficient and speedy meeting when I needed. You've always, on all the task force, I served with the task force and the complaint committee especially for a long time with you, and we always got to the point very quickly. I saw many times how you helped people bringing cases to clarify their points and bring it forward, and I thought that at that point you were very good at helping people to clarify what they mean, what they want, and showing them where to go if they needed it. So I appreciate that, and I've tried to take that into my own consideration now that I'm chairing the committee that you left.
Very good.
I'd like to say to Nick that I served with Nick on the complaint committee, and he was prompt. He always came to meetings. He got it immediately. He was succinct, and later on, when he became chair of the complaint committee, he was able to move the agenda. And I think he did it in a kind, yet informative and educated way. It was a pleasure to work with him. It's not going to be the same without him.
And Nick, likewise, my colleagues' sentiments the same. I really enjoyed your presence here, not only your knowledge, but your attention to all the matters. I think that is also a really important quality for a member. So sorry to see you go, and wish you well.
Thank you.
Hi, Nick. I learned so much from you and the time we served together, particularly just the very professional way you've handled yourself in all matters. I agree with Rick that you're so diligent, so punctual, and just a pleasure to serve with and be around. And I wish you the very best in your new career.
Thank you.
I only served with you a couple of times, but I really appreciated your helping me those times. And congratulations on getting into law school. I understand it's something that you wanted to do, and I wish you great success.
Thanks.
I just want to ditto what all my colleagues says and add that we will be missing a good part of you in the task force, and you bring a lot of expertise in the task force. Of course, you're punctual. I think everybody here in the task force is very lack of, right? Even myself. So we'll miss that. Hopefully your future endeavors would be good. So good luck.
Thanks.
I just want to say before you had your name changed, I can't even remember, to Goldman, feel like we were getting a divorce. And you've been around a long time, and your sensitivity and your kindness, I've never heard you say an unkind word about anyone or even raise your voice, and I appreciate that. And I just want to say good luck to you. You're going into your field that you belong into, and that's your legal field. And hey, pass that bar, because I might need you at some time.
Okay.
And God bless you and keep you. And I just know you're going to be great in anything that you do. Okay.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to say that, whatever it is that I gave the task force, for instance, I sat through a few meetings, a few long ones, read, a few pages of documents here and there, listened to a lot of testimony, whatever. Whatever I gave to the task force, I got more back, easily. Serving on this body was a great education, not only in administrative law, but also in government, how it works, how it doesn't work, fights within agencies, other commissions, what have you. Very big education. So I got a lot out of this, and it was a very rewarding experience. So thank you for having me and not getting rid of me. So, again, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Goldman.
it. Okay. I'll be back.
And we hope that in the pursuit of your legal studies and your legal career, you seriously consider specializing in sunshine.
Not that you're biased.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Next item, please.
Item number 6 is the Compliance and Amendments Committee has voted to recommend to the task force that file number 10030, Michael Wright against the Human Services Agency, be forwarded to the Ethics Commission due to willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance through failure to comply with the August 24, 2010 order of determination.
Okay. Mr. Wright, thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me here. This is just another episode of the type of treatment that I'm complaining about from the Human Services Agency. I've received a document from the Human Services Agency, Pat Tebow, which is another example of the overall agency doing nothing more but deliberately lying by means of miscategorizing the truth of the accuracy. They claim they have a restraining order against me when the truth of the matter is the judge altered that restraining order and by the same response told them that they cannot keep me from meetings that's taking place at City Hall and 77 Otis Street. Now, I've got a document that's on file that I believe each and every one of you have a copy of where they have a order after hearing the petition of employees for injunction prohibiting violence and threats of violence against an employee. What the Human Service Agency failed to do is to show you their original request that was put together by the Human Services Agency, Brianna Moore. For example, I have a copy of their proposed order, which is here. They're requesting all in detail as follows. Under stay-away orders, the defendant is ordered to stay 50 yards away from the following persons and places and addresses and places optionals which may be confidential. A, employee and other protective persons named in item 5, which is Brianna Moore. Okay, B, residents or employees or other protected persons. C, place of work of employees and other protected persons. Attached, optional, 77 Otis Street. Okay, D, school or place of child and children of employees and other protected persons. E, employees and other protected persons and vehicles. F, which is other. They say specifically this is where they tried to deny me from speaking up for myself and other people who are economically disadvantaged. Other, meetings of Shelter Monitoring Committee and Local Homeless Correlating Board. Okay, the Shelter Monitoring Committee, San Francisco City Hall, room 408, 1 Drive, Carlton B, Gotland, PI, San Francisco, California, 94102. Meetings held on the 3rd Wednesday of each month. Local Homeless Correlating Board will meet at 77 Otis Street, okay, San Francisco, California. Okay, 926 and 170 Otis Street, San Francisco, California. Now, this is what's their proposal. Now, after me explaining my side of the transaction which gave rise to this situation on how I was speaking up for people who have their rights violated, and I showed how the Human Services Agency were violating their own rules and regulations, the judge told Brianna Moore and Joyce Crum, if they feel threatened by me and your blood pressure goes up high when Mr. Wright talks, he doesn't look threatening to me. If you're scared of Mr. Wright, stay away from Mr. Wright. When you see Mr. Wright at City Hall walking down the hallway, walk on the other side of the hallway when you see Mr. Wright. If you see Mr. Wright in the elevator, don't get in the elevator with Mr. Wright. Catch the next elevator. Wait on the next elevator. And by the same response, the judge also ruled defendant Michael Wright shall stay at least 3 yards away from the protective employee Brianna Moore and all other protective employees when at any public meeting held within the city and county of San Francisco. So what that order does, it shows how the Human Services Agency is not dealing in good faith. They failed to show you their proposal on what they were requesting and trying to keep me out of City Hall and viewing and advocating the points where they were deficient in serving the people who don't know how to defend themselves or are unable to give opinion at these policy-making hearings. And I have a copy of that here for your viewing. You show them this. Now, also, after that hearing took place, I also want to point out to you that the Coalition on Homeless has one of their contacts that puts together a homeless street sheet. And within that street sheet, there was an article pertaining to that hearing, all in detail, which reads as follows. Michael, a formerly homeless legal advocate, was working to reform the shelters when he unfortunately became involved in a troublesome conversation outside a meeting with a city worker whose acts he believed were contrary to the homeless people's interests and illegal. In that course of confrontation, Michael uttered the words, "I will rip you apart legally in federal district court." Words which would later come back to haunt him. Why? Because if you knock the last 5 words off the sentence, you've got a threat of physical violence. 2 city employees, Brianna Moore and Joyce Crum of the Human Services Agency, brought these words to the authorities and successfully filed a temporary restraining order. From Michael's perspective, the charges against him were aggravated and inventive, as he admittedly insists he never threatened violence. When Michael's restraining order hearing was held on March 12th.
Your 5 minutes are expired. Could you wrap up, please?
Okay, so this article here further shows how that they miscategorize the truth, and I'd like to submit that article to you as well for your reviewing. And then also there's another article that came back.
Okay, sir, your 5 minutes are expired.
Okay, so can I submit this to you to review as well in your documentation pertaining to the last hearing of the Sunshine Ordinance?
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent represented here today? Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matters with the task force. Member Wolf.
Yes. Well, we got finally got the information that we had asked for. I think the complaint was brought before us against Joyce Crum, and according to what I'm reading in the facts of the case and my recollection, according to the stay-away order, it expresses that Mr. Wright shall stay away. This is the one that's official from the commissioner. That Mr. Wright shall stay at least 3 yards away from the protected employee, but only to Brianna Moore, not to Ms. Crum, and to all other protected employees. And I don't see any listing of any other protected employees with regards to Mr. Wright, at least in the document provided to us by the Human Services Agency. And all other protected employees at any public meeting held within the city and county. This room is, I think, larger than 36 feet. And I think it's possible, even with a security professional here, to be able to help guide us in maintaining that distance if need be. It's absolutely no reason for there not to be any attendance, not even the the director of the department who is responsible under the Sunshine Ordinance to respond at default. I would. I want to say that for now. I'll hold my other comments for the what we should do with this order till later.
Member Kneber and then Member Williams.
I'm also troubled by this because again, they sent over information that just asserts that it wasn't a passive meeting body. I don't have any information here showing me that I was not actually in the ruling, but I have no information here saying that that wasn't a passive meeting body. All information that I saw was that it was a passive meeting body, and it's on them, the city, to come back with information to show me why it isn't a passive meeting body. And their failure again to show up, and I agree, this is a large enough room, 3 yards is enough space where when somebody can come in here, or somebody, their boss or somebody to represent them. So I'm very troubled again about this, with them dismissing it by sending us this court order, this restraining order.
Member Williams?
Yes, I am
Microphone, please.
I'm also very disturbed about this. I have never met Mr. Wright, but through the years, many years, I know Josh Crum and Brianna Moore, and they are very aggressive, assertive women, and I just don't see them fearing for their life as dominating as they are. So I don't believe this. I know them.
Okay.
I think they should have sent someone. If Joyce and Brianna were so afraid, they could have sent someone up under them to represent them.
Okay,
That's the way they run shop down at social services, both of them. This is how they work.
Mm-hmm. I have a question for Mr. Wright. Please approach the microphone.
Sir.
You have given us a copy of what looks like the restraining order here.
Yes.
And there's I think, a noticeable difference in what you've given us here.
That was the original filing application for TRO. What you have in the Human Services packet is the actual TRO that was signed by the commissioner.
I see.
That was ruled.
I did that, sir,
Thank
to
you.
to further demonstrate how they're not dealing in good faith and never having any intentions on reaching agreement on this matter, because their proposal was to keep me 50 yards away from City Hall, keep me out of the shelter monitoring committee meetings, keep me out of the meetings that take place at 77 Otis Street pertaining to the Board of Directors meeting, and also the meetings on appeals where people who are economically disadvantaged and have a combination of both mental and physical disabilities and need assistance from myself to appeal denial of services at the shelter. And when the order was handed down by the judge, who said that you can't keep Mr. Wright out of City Hall, you can't deny him his constitutional right pertaining to the 14th Amendment, just like he said, I'm going to deny this. If you're afraid of Mr. Wright, stay with him.
You've answered our question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much.
Further discussion. Okay, at this time, I will ask again, is there anybody representing the respondent in the room? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Wright, at this time you have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
Okay, since the last time I came in contact with you, Brianna Moore further harassed me at the last Board of Directors meeting. I have been to, I believe, 2 of these meetings and didn't have any problem. The only difference this time, her supervisor was not present, so she was in charge of advocating the issues. And as a result, when I walked into the meeting, she yelled out at the top of her lungs, on her feet, "You're not supposed to be at these meetings. I have a restraining order against you. You're not supposed to be at these meetings." Now, she said this in front of 11 of the directors that were at the conference table, and I respectfully told her, "You don't have no restraining order against me. Judge Coronado told you that you can't stop me from coming from these meetings. You can't stop me from coming to City Hall. You can't stop me from coming to the Shelter Monitoring Committee meetings, and you cannot stop me from coming to these meetings at 77 Otis Street. In fact, he told you to stay 3 yards away from me, and you're trying to get me to stay 50 yards away from this meeting here today. And I've been at meetings at the Shelter Monitoring Committee at this building, City Hall, the last 4 or 5 meetings, and I've never had any problems. As long as I keep a distance and make sure that she keeps a distance between me, there's not to be any problems. And she deliberately tried to provoke me into an argument and insult my intelligence. In fact, when I sat down next to Jennifer Friedenbach, who was the director of the Homeless Coalition, I asked her for a piece of paper so I could document these facts. Brianna said, I'm going to go call the police. I said, I don't care about you calling the police. You're not doing nothing but digging yourself deeper. You're the one in the wrong, not me. So when she came back, I realized that her desk where she was sitting at when I came in was about maybe 5 feet close to me. I deliberately got up and moved about 10 feet away from her. And as I was sitting down, in order to write down what she did to me, she stood up there and tried to cover her violation of the restraining order by saying, you better stay over there and sit down on the other side of this room away from me, or I'm going to call the police. And that was another insult on my intelligence. So, in fact, that same day, I went to the Ethics Committee in order to come through the front door this time, because my last appearance pertaining to the Sunshine Ordinance, we've already come in through the back door of the Ethics Committee by having my complaint referred to them pertaining to Pat Tebow by miscategorizing the truth for the accuracy, and I explained all my facts to an investigator there of the Ethics Committee and also the Orange Shift supervisors. So that's my next step, to file a complaint how you harassed me at the last meeting, which took place on or about 2 weeks ago at 77 Otis Street. Sincerely.
Thank you. Matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion?
I move to refer this matter as recommended by the Compliance Amendments Committee to the Ethics Commission, specifically to Pamela Tebow, who seems to be the one that is taking the lead on this, that at least she be present. It seems to be her communications to us of the actual events, and the one who seems to be responding to this. I would also, and that would be in violation of Section 6721, and by failing to send a knowledgeable representative.
6721E.
I'm wondering if we should not. Well, let's.
Is there a second?
Well, I'd like to ask a question first before I make a second.
Mr. Member Kneber.
So what I understand, Member Wolf, is that you basically want to forward the order of termination as is, and for willful failure to follow an order of this determination. So as it says, including the 6721E against Ms. Tebow, and Section 67.3C5, 67.4A, and 67.4A. Correct?
Well, 67.3, 4A, not 3C5. Is that what you're? Did you include 3C5?
Yes, I did, and 4A. If you're, my only concern is that this is an order of determination, and we can't add anything to it, sending it to the Ethics Commission. If we find that willful violation on this order of determination, I'm fine with seconding it. But if you're trying to add something to it, then I have a bit of a problem.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Is there any way to amend it?
Please be seated, sir.
Then that's it.
Okay, then I'll second if it's
and the motion
as is.
The motion is.
Motion is to, as the original, to forward to the Ethics Commission the current decision order of termination.
Okay.
For willful violation of 6721E to Pamela Tebow, the Human Services Agency.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Johnson.
Point of order. I'm not certain how we would go about this, but I would like to point out that Mr. Rohrer specifically implicates himself in that exact same violation by saying in his letter, it's the second page of that handout, he specifically says, I will not jeopardize employee safety by sending Ms. Crum, Ms. Moore, or any staff to this meeting. So he is outright violating. He's outright stating that he would violate that.
Well, I mean, I agree, but this was already, we've already seen this as a body, and I don't think that it's proper procedure to add on to the original violation when we're looking to forward it to the Ethics Commission. It would have to be brought up as another complaint, I believe.
And Mr. Wright, I would urge you, I don't need you to come up, but I would urge you to carry with you a copy of the signed order that is not a restraining order so that you can show people that you only have to stay 3 yards away.
Member Chan.
Well, maybe my memory is shot, but I think previously, have we just add an amendment to it or just add it on previously before, if I remember correctly? I mean, if it's past practice that we add additional violations to a certain one.
You mean add names?
Oh, no, add another violation.
Mr. Chair?
67.21E.
Mr. Chair?
Member Knibber?
I think that has been a discussion. That is what I have a problem with, is what I'm saying. I will not second his motion if there's an add-on. I would second his motion as is. And I understand that that's a discussion, and that's still, some people have different opinions. I'm just saying, for myself, I would only second it if we do not amend it, if we keep it as is, because I don't agree that we're able to, and that's my interpretation.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf?
The only problem I have with this is that it sounds like a quid pro quo. If I don't do something, then you'll second it. Okay, I have a problem with that. First of all, okay. So I think if there is some notion that there may be some changes to it, don't second it.
No, I understand.
Okay, so my other point is that it's been many times in this body over the years that orders of termination have been amended to when you get further information that further implicates the issue, you can. I mean, we're the body, it's our order, we can amend it. It's before us to do something with it. It's a recommendation, more or less, but it's our order based upon what we find. Now, I'm more than happy as the task force to bring the issue up in a separate area, separate section, a separate space. I have no problem doing that, but the same result is going to happen. So that's why my interest is to, as Member Johnson had mentioned, that Mr. Rohrer, who's the executive director of HSA, had implicated himself in a packet that was delivered to us. Now it's part of the record as evidence, and I think we shouldn't overlook it. If to your comfort, it's better that we do it in a separate occasion, that's fine. More than happy to do it in a separate occasion. The task force has the ability to bring up issues on its own. Doesn't have to come through in the form of a complaint.
Member Chan?
So can I do a friendly amendment to add 67?
There are no friendly amendments. I would prefer you make a formal amendment.
Okay.
Is there public comment on this item?
Am I the only member of the public here? I think you're confusing two things. The order is the order, and that wasn't complied with, and that's what goes to ethics, period. If you want to change the order, then you got to resubmit it to the department and say, now you got to comply. What you should do or could do, it was they used to do in the past, was what they've done is essentially snub their nose at you or poked you in the eye, and that usually results in a finding of official misconduct, because the failure here is failure to comply, but it's now elevated under 6734 to official misconduct. And that's a separate finding, goes along with the order. It doesn't have to be part of it.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion, Member Kneber.
The public comment by Mr. Grossman follows my line of thinking. I did not mean to intend that there was a quid pro quo or any such matter. I was just trying to clarify what your motion was to see if I seconded it. If it was outside of what I believed, I was not going to second. So don't worry, I was not trying to say you had to do this or whatever. But I absolutely 100% agree that we are talking about an order of determination that has already taken place. And I do think there is other things that happened here, but we have to talk about them separately, in my opinion.
Member Wolf?
Just a point of information. If it's found at a Compliance and Amendment Committee that there is additional there are additional findings that contributed to the reason that the compliance was not met, where now you have interference from others, okay, that have corroborated to the order not being carried out, and it may not have been to the original person. I think it's more than appropriate to attach them to the same order. And it's a point of information as to whether that, I know this body has done it before. I don't know, we don't have a board rule that prohibits us from doing it, which then I think we're, because it's been done in practice over the years, I don't see that being a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with moving this forward. I don't have any problem with taking up additional participants in this in a different occasion. We're going to do it.
Would you like to amend your motion to include Mr. Rohrer as among those identified in the violation?
Mr. Chair, I would, but my concern is that if that becomes the poison to cause the order to fail, then I'm not, and it's open for debate. We're here to debate this at this point. So I would ask other members to please speak up so we can get an idea of whether that's something that's desired or not.
Okay, further discussion. Member Johnson.
I would request that you amend your motion to include Mr. Rohrer.
Member Johnson, you're welcome to offer your own amendment, to move your own amendment.
A formal amendment. I'd like to make a formal amendment to add Mr. Rohrer to Mr. Wolf's motion.
Is there a second to it? Okay, moved and seconded to amend the motion to add Mr. Rohrer's name to the referral. Discussion. Member Kneber.
Again, and it's just a point of disagreement on my part. I really don't think that this is proper. I think it's definitely an issue, but I don't think it's the proper way to address the issue. So I think that it's a separate violation. It's something outside of the original. We're here to talk about an order of determination that's already been done, and I think that is what we have to focus on.
Okay. Member Johnson?
How then would you ever keep them from just continually sending? I mean, that would start a process that's months long that is not necessarily conducive to getting Mr. Wright due process. And he is the immediate supervisor, almost condoning what she's doing.
I don't detect an almost in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
No,
Member Kneber.
I understand completely, but what I'm saying is we still have an order of determination against those two employees, and that's what the heart of this case is. If we send it to ethics, yes, that can be brought up, that it's ordered by the supervisor, that becomes a separate issue. But what we are talking about, what the original termination was about these employees and their failure to show up. And beyond that, of course, is the original that we found that it was a passive body, and they have not addressed that.
Member Cawthon?
Yeah. I'm The process here is what I would like to get CAO Jana Clark's opinion, because my impression also is that what we are voting on is the order of determination. Now, if that order of determination is if someone, I don't know that it's amendable, since we already passed it and already wrote it. I think that a new motion could be brought regarding these other issues, but I would like to get DCA Neil's Clark's opinion.
Ms. Clark?
I'm going to have to research it.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable just saying without looking into it further.
Okay.
Because I also want to know what your past practice is, and that I'm not as familiar as Jerry is. So I'm going to want to talk to him and then research it. But I'm happy to do that.
Member Chan?
Sue, I think I remember, I guess this is way far back before a lot of people. We've done that in the past. Right?
Amended?
Yeah, amended.
We have? I don't recall. I mean, I thought an order of determination was an order of determination, but I would have to research it also to be totally specific, totally clear on what I'm saying. And the logic of it to me is
I remember,
that we have an order, and that's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't remember what case, but I know Ernie was here when he was our counsel. So, yeah, but I don't remember. I think we amended before, past practice.
Member Wolf?
So I have a question for DCA Clark. If an employee is the one that's the subject of the order and their superior has ordered that no employees are to attend Sunshine Task Force meetings, then it's not, it basically, he's putting one of his own employees, or that person is putting one of their employees in harm's way. They're causing them to violate the law. Okay. Shouldn't that person also be part of the also part of the same order? I mean, it's like by extension that this person, it's like he can use the director can use whoever he wants as an extension of him or herself. How would we include this? Do we do it on a separate occasion, or isn't it appropriate of this body to adjust its order based upon the facts that are equal and considerate of all the facts in the case?
I understand your question. I would still feel more comfortable if I can research it. My concerns are notice to Mr. Rohr. Trent Rohr is his name. I mean, it appears as if he got adequate notice and had a chance to respond, but if we're talking now about finding him in violation based on something he wrote on September 27th, 2010, which is, I think, if I'm following it correctly, I'm concerned that he's properly noticed. In terms of what the Ethics Commission can then do, I think that probably due process is going to be very important to them. So I could be wrong. Again, I'd feel more comfortable researching it before I gave an opinion. But that's my concern, is that if you're going to send it to the Ethics Commission, that he be found to have had proper notice.
Well, I mean, I would think that he does have proper notice and the proper opportunity to defend himself. He could have been here today. He could have been here 2 weeks ago or 2 weeks before that, a month ago. He's had every opportunity. Okay. He's taken every opportunity to research this. He's probably spent more time researching this than if he came here and appeared and said the same thing. I just don't. I'm not finding it. Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Member Kneber, then Member Williams.
I understand your frustration, but this is a concern. What we would in effect be doing is saying, because of this, we find him we found in this order of determination something that he wrote about that. He has not been notified that that issue is something that he has to respond to. We'd be finding him in violation of an issue that he has never even been told was an issue, because this is something that we're finding of something that he wrote.
Member
he would have to
Williams,
be.
Member Williams, and Member Johnson, and Member Cawthon.
You know what? I think this is just so unfair to the complainants. We go round and around and around, and Trent Roy, he knows about this. Please believe me, every director knows what's going on in their department, because Ms. Crum and Brianna wouldn't have done anything unless Trent knew about it. So they throw these little things at us, and we keep going around and around and around, and this makes us look powerless. And I really don't appreciate it, and I'm really getting tired of it. I'm getting frustrated with the sunshine myself, because if we're going to be for the residents, that we pay these people. We pay them. And they make us look like a fool by not even showing up and giving us the respect. So, I mean, it's time out for this, going all around where these people have to come back, and we here till 11 o'clock at night, and they have to come back 3 and 4 times a day, and we send it to this department and to this department. It is not right. We are either sunshine, we either have power, we have bylaws, and we have open government. We either use that and go ahead and go on with the next case. And it's really getting frustrating to me.
Member Johnson.
Yes, and just through the chair in response to Member Neber, Mr. Rohrer, with all due respect, is the executive director, and to say he doesn't, I understand notice, but that's notice of a specific complaint. Mr. Rohrer has, I assume, has had to state that he has been trained in the Sunshine Ordinance, and as the head of a department, he must have signed the same thing I had to sign. I feel that that is notice in light of this particular letter, since he is specifically stating that he will not send somebody. He's specifically stating that, and I understand your concern about it being just an order of determination, but it is part of the record of this particular case. And he is aware, and we have a signed document, I'm sure.
Member Cawthon, then Member Kneber.
My concern is one of due process. It seems to me that we have an order of determination, and that's what we're talking about. Mr. Rohr knew about it, but the order of determination finds Pamela Tebow in violation, and I believe the respondents were Pamela Tebow and Joyce Crum. So Mr. Rohr was not a respondent. So it just seems to me that if he is going to be liable under section for not appearing, that he should be given notice that if you don't appear, you stand the possibility of being found in violation. So I think we have to be, if we're sending things to ethics and asking people to be found in willful violation, that's big stuff. So we have to be real sure that they know that what the remedy will be if they don't come. And I don't think that Mr. Rohrer got that notice. So I would be inclined not to include it.
Member Kneber.
I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm not a fan of what he's doing at all. But if it's in the bylaw, we're talking about bylaws. In the bylaws, somebody has to be given notice that they might be found in violation. We're just coming up and sending it straight to ethics that this person's found in violation. He had no time to respond to this, no time to come back and do those charges. I think it's an add-on to something. It's on the outside of what we were here to talk about.
Member Wolf.
My concern is not whether he necessarily shows up or not, but is him willfully violating the order by preventing anyone from his department, which means that everyone would be in violation of the Sunshine. From this point forward, we can bring an order of determination. I will, as soon as we're done with this one, I'll bring a motion forward and say that the Human Services Department is agency. Everybody in that department is in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance because their executive director says that they can't show up. They are not to show up at this meeting. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is there public comment on the amended motion? The amended motion is to add Mr. Rohrer's name as an identified respondent in the referral to the Ethics Commission. Sir?
My suggestion would be that you separate the issue of the order of determination and the individual that's involved from the executive director's edict to his employees. That edict actually is a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and it's willful. He is either a department head or a managerial city employee, and if you read the sentence in 6734, that action, which is the willful failure of an elected official, department head, or other managerial city employee to discharge any duties imposed by the ordinance, which it clearly was, shall be deemed official misconduct.
Mm-hmm.
So what you do is you say, okay, willful failure, we're going to press that. You're going to come to the next meeting and defend it, and if you don't, it's going to ethics.
Right.
And then you move on.
Yeah.
That's incidentally, a finding of official misconduct is very serious, and it will definitely get his attention.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on the amended motion? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Washburn?
I like Mr. Grossman's suggestions. I think we should move ahead on the original order of determination, send it to ethics, and then a separate order of determination dated today, finding the executive director has willfully violated the Sunshine Ordinance, and then he would be expected to show up before the Compliance and Amendments Committee, which he probably won't come, and then we can find willful violation against him and forward it to the Ethics Commission. Maybe throw in official misconduct, make it real strong.
Have a
Further discussion, Member Cawthon?
procedural question. So in that, the Compliance and Amendments Committee will be meeting on the ROR issue. That is sufficient. He doesn't have to have the opportunity to appear before the full task force. Is that correct? Is that what you have in mind, Member Washburn? That he simply appears before a committee rather than the full task force, Mr. Rohr?
Well,
Give him an opportunity to turn down, to appear before one committee or for the full task force. Could I ask DCA Clark what she thinks?
My understanding is you need a majority. You need a majority of to vote for willful misconduct. How many people appear at the Complaint and Compliance
5.
Committee?
Well, compliance and the compliance,
5.
the deal with the Compliance and Amendments Committee is that's a recommendation to the task force.
Okay,
They're not
so-
making any determinations at all. They're just reviewing the case. Did they follow? Didn't they follow? If they didn't follow, or if they did, it's a report back to the task force, of which then we, as a majority.
Right. That's as long as that's how you proceed, then I don't see a problem with it. I just want to make sure I understood.
Member Johnson?
In light of time constraints and to make this a little more streamlined, I'm going to withdraw my motion to add Mr. Rohr's name. But I would like to point out for the members who are not there that as acting chair of the Compliance Committee, I am the one that requested that they send this copy of a restraining order, and they have mischaracterized it constantly. And so I just want to put that on the record, that they implied that Mr. Wright, that there was a very restrictive restraining order, and I requested that if that were true, they should send this. And you can see that it has absolutely been used in a way to lie and paint Mr. Wright as some sort of, to give us a false impression of the complainant, which is very, very egregious enough that sending something to the Ethics Commission isn't really that big of a deal. It is really outrageous. It really is. But in light of time constraints, I will withdraw my motion.
Is the withdrawal of the amendment acceptable to the second? Member Williams, you were, I believe you seconded the amendment? You're not going to withdraw your second. Okay, is there further discussion? In that case, Mr. Chair, would you call the roll, please, on the amendment to the motion? On the amendment, the amended motion is to add Mr. Rohrer's name to those identified in the referral to the Ethics Commission. Member Knebber?
May I make a motion to separate?
Yes.
I move that we separate the original motion from the amendment.
Yeah. Well, we take the amendment first.
But that hasn't been done. It was an amended motion, I believe.
No,
Well,
yeah,
okay.
but we have to vote on the
It was a
amendment. If
friendly.
the amendment fails, then the
It was
original.
a friendly
Okay,
amendment.
thank you.
On the amended motion, please. Roll call.
On the amended motion, Member Cawthon?
No.
Cawthon, no. Member Washburn?
No.
Washburn, no. Member Knebber? No. Knebber, no. Member Wolf?
No.
Wolf, no. Member Chan? No. Chan, no. Member Johnson?
No.
Johnson, no. Member Williams? No. Williams, no. Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Mr. Chair, we have 8 noes.
Member Mane is.
Member Mane is here. Member Mane is here.
Member Mane? No. Mr. Chair, we have 9 noes.
On the original motion, roll call, please.
On the original motion, Member Cawthon?
Could you read the original motion? I'm sorry. The original motion was simply to enforce the order of determination. Is that correct? Okay, then if that's what it is, I vote aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Mane? Mane, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber? Knebber, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams? Williams, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 9 ayes.
Okay. At this time,
Mr. Chair,
Member
I would
Wolf?
like to move to find Trent Rohrer, the Executive Director of Human Services Agency, in violation of Section 6734.
I second.
I have a point of order.
Moved and seconded.
Could
Member
we do,
Cawthon?
Could we please do roll call from the bottom up or starting in the middle so I don't have to always be first?
Mr. Rustum, why don't you vary the roll call somehow? You could rotate the, do it on a rotating basis. In other words, on one matter, you could call Member Cawthon's name first, and then Member Monet's name on the next, and then Member Washburn's name. The chair would request that on all items I remain last.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm sorry, Member Wolf, I believe you made a motion?
I move to find Trent Rohrer, Executive Director of Human Services Agency, in violation of 6734.
I seconded it.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. I'm not so sure that this is in order. I think we're taking a separate issue now, and as such, I believe it would have to be noticed for our next meeting. And I would ask Ms. Clark her opinion on that.
I agree.
Okay. The chair will then recommend, will then order that this be placed, the item be placed on the agenda for the next regular meeting, which would be October 26th.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request that this be the first item after the minutes.
Question.
Member Cawthon.
And Mr. Rohrer will be notified that this is notified.
Yes, he will. Member Johnson?
Again, as we did in the Compliance Committee through the chair, if I could request that the administrator, because the restraining order or the stay-away order is only relevant to Brianna Moore, if Mr. Rohrer could explain why all employees are based on that when you send him the notice, if he's...
Member Johnson, through the chair, I'd just like to refer you to their attachment on the page 2 of 3. At the bottom, it's handwritten. It says, "and all other protected
who is that?
employees." I don't know who they are, but if anybody is a protected employee, and I would just say that it's in there. I don't know who they are. They're not listed according to this order. He didn't mention it in his specific cover letter to us, but I think we can't just take that as a blanket.
I'm unwilling to just take it as a blanket. It's vague and ambiguous, and it needs to be very specific. I don't know who all protect. Does that mean that every single person in the department? I mean, they deal with homeless people all day long.
Well,
I would like some explanation other than just.
Well, if under my understanding, I've seen these before, these cleats before. The protected employees are other people that also have a cleats or a TRO. That would be other protected employees.
Okay, I think the time to discuss this would be when the matter comes up at the next meeting. I think we should move forward with the agenda. At this time, we were going to take public comment. Member Wolf?
Never mind. Well, if we're going to schedule it for the next meeting, I don't think there needs to be a motion.
Right.
We'll remove. I'll withdraw the motion. Let's move on.
Yeah. Okay. Second withdrawal?
Yes.
Thank you. This time we will take public comment on items not on today's agenda. Any general public comment? Thank you for coming. You have 3 minutes.
Well, as I indicated before, I'm not in a position to wait until you take up, I forgot what the agenda item is, which should come up around 10 o'clock or so, way past my bedtime, on the proposed rules and regulations submitted to the task force by the Ethics Commission. And so I won't discuss specifics. I'm going to talk about process. I'm going to talk about how this happened, and I'm going to talk about what you need to do. I'm not going to talk about specifics. My first point is that having listened to that free-form discussion of your last meeting at which this came up, it's clear that there's been no effort to focus on a plan or pursuant to any process that would bring you to an accomplished, complete set of points to be submitted to the Ethics Commission. And I want to tell you that if there are 5 members of the Ethics Commission, 4 are lawyers. 4 are lawyers. They have a staff which includes some almost lawyers, and so whatever you send them has to be serious, carefully put together, and thought through, period. The second thing I want to point out is to tell you quite honestly, listening to that, it was clear to me that almost none of the people at that meeting, and I'm talking September 7th, actually carefully read the memorandum from Mr. St. Croix, or Mo, and the proposed regulations themselves. In fact, Mr. Snyder said, oh, I did a quick read. Appended to that in the book were 2 memos that I prepared that I spent literally a full day preparing and sending to this body so that you would have the benefit of the time I spent with Susan Harriman, who's one of the ethics commissioners, who I met on 2 occasions and discussed the kinds of sensitive points that they were worried about, and to raise the issues that I felt they were not prepared to handle on their own. Unfortunately, that seems to have been lost in the shuffle. I also wanted to point out that without the work of Kimo Crossman, James Chafee, Peter Warfield, or myself, who spent hours before the Ethics Commission in June debating this issue of what they proposed to do, you wouldn't be sitting here with an agenda item on a new set of regulations, because they were prepared to just replicate what St. Croix had done for ethics violations and campaign finance violations and so forth. In other words, control the whole process from end to end, which we know he should not do. The other thing that I find very distressing is the continuing lack of quorum. Now, this is not new, because for the last few years, when the proposed global amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance was before the task force, many meetings were called where there wasn't a quorum. Now, you have 10 seated members, not 11, because Mr. Goldman's seat is vacant. I noticed some of you came in late today. At the September 7 meeting, you only had 6 people, and you only could meet for an hour because you lost your quorum. So this is a very serious business, And I just can't say strongly enough that you need a plan and you need to have a process. And you're not going to be able to influence the Ethics Commission without a really carefully put together record.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
I guess I've used my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Further general public comment?
Thanks again. For the record, I'm Mr. Wright again. I want to first commend you on your discussion pertaining to my issue, and I can see that the issue is a lot more complex, and you're being cautious in order to not reduce the potency of the original determination.
Okay, Mr. Wright, please do not. You know, you're here now to talk about items that are not on today's agenda.
Okay.
You are no longer your agenda item is concluded.
Okay.
So any public comment now is to be on items not on today's agenda. General public comment.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that then.
Thank you. Further general public comment. Seeing none, public comment is closed. The chair will declare a 5-minute recess. We're back in session. Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Item number 7 is the continued hearing on the complaint filed by Jason Grant Garza against the Department of Public Health for not providing documentation related to an incident at the Tom Waddell Health Center.
Okay. There's already been a referral on this for violation of 6721E. That is a done deal. That is not in play here. What is in play is the merits of Mr. Garza's complaint on late response to an immediate disclosure request. However, Mr. Garza has apparently not rejoined us in this matter. The chair would recommend tabling this.
Move to table.
You mean continuing it or?
No, table.
Move to table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cotton.
You were going to start at the other end.
On the motion, Member Manny. Aye. Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva. Aye. Caneva, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Cotton.
Who said
I'm sorry. I thought he said con.
Because Stu voted for me. Because I want to say no.
Member Johnson, no. Member Williams.
Member Williams? Member Williams? Vote, please, on the table, on the motion to table.
No.
Williams, no. Member Cotton.
No.
Cotton, no. Mr. Chair, we have 5 ayes and 3
You
noes.
didn't call my name.
I'm sorry, Member Nee.
No, aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes and 3 noes.
That's very interesting. 6 ayes and 3 noes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, by agreement, I believe the next item
It's item 14, Mr. Chair.
is item 14 and 15, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Could you call the item, please?
Item 14 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Carl Tilden against the Recreation and Park Department for allegedly withholding documents related to the Store Lake concession lease.
Okay. Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
I move that we find jurisdiction in this matter.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on the jurisdiction question? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva.
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Cotton.
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny. Manny, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 9 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to discussion of the merits of the case. Mr. Tilden, you're present. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cal Tilden, and thank you for hearing my complaint. I want to apologize for reading my testimony, but with 5-minute time limit, it's the only way I can cover what needs to be said. First, some history and a disclosure. My father reintroduced rental boats to Stoll Lake in 1943, 67 years ago. I have been involved for 61 years since receiving my first paycheck working there in 1949. The present lessee is my nephew, Bruce McClellan, sitting to my left, who is here with me today to answer any questions you may have. I no longer have any financial interest in the concession, only a deep lifetime emotional attachment. I have negotiated every lease for the concession since 1957, including the most recent one. Over those 53 years, I never experienced the secrecy and lack of transparency now going on at the Recreation and Park Department. It is ironic that the Sunshine Ordinance is being used as a shield to deny transparency. Since 1943, all lease negotiations were RFPs, true bids. They were all opened at McLaren Lodge, passed around the table for all bidders to read. That was true transparency. Now to the present. The department is clearly, in my opinion, in violation of Section 67.1A, which reads, "Government's duty is to serve the public, reaching its decisions in full view of the public." In February of this year, the Park Department issued a request for qualification, RFQ, for the Stowe Lake lease. The Ortega Group received the highest points in the evaluation process on what was contained in their response. As portions of the Ortega response have been kept secret, it was not possible to present public testimony at the Recreation and Park Commission meeting on August 19th, 2010, relating to that response. Community meetings being held are just window dressing without disclosure of all the underlying information. Multiple requests following the Sunshine Ordinance procedures have been made for access to the Ortega's response, and all have been denied based on Section 67.24E1. No other responses were given. The use of 67.24E1 as justification for denial is a gross misreading of that section for two reasons. First, the section refers to RFPs, requests for proposals, in three places, and makes absolutely no reference to RFQs, requests for qualifications. The Ortega response was to an RFQ. Second, and more to the point, that section only states what must be released after an award. It makes no reference as to what can or cannot be released prior to an award. Accordingly, the several denials based on 67.24E1 are totally invalid. What is really inconsistent, and I say unethical, is that selected portions of the Ortega's response to the RFQ were leaked to the public in July on the internet. This took place before the selection process was finalized. Then on August 19, at the August 19th commission meeting, some additional selected information was presented to the commission. Thus, some of the information contained in the Ortega response has been released to the public domain, yet the entire document is being kept secret. This inconsistency just does not pass the smell test. In conclusion, I ask that the task force determine, 1, that the Recreation and Park Department is in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance 67.1A, as well as the spirit and intent of the Sunshine Ordinance objective for open government. 2, that use of Section 67.24E1 is invalid in denying release of the requested document. And finally, that the Park Department be ordered by the task force to release in its entirety the Ortega response to the RFQ for the Stowe Lake concession lease. As that response had to be submitted electronically, the release should also be electronic. This is in compliance with Section 67.21-1A, calling for electronic transmissions whenever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Thank you for coming. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Bruce McClellan, Cal Tilden's nephew. Without belaboring the fact that, and I also am going to read from my notes, so I try not to forget anything. The fact that this is an RFQ and not an RFP should not be overlooked. Your attorney has gone, so I feel bad saying it, but sometimes things are misinterpreted, and this probably needs to be reinterpreted. There are two areas that I'm concerned about. One is the area or the era of secrecy that we appear to be in with the Recreation and Park Department. And the other pertains more to the bid itself, and that it represents a complete change to the boathouse. And there is merit to the reason I bring that up. Historically, the concession bids were submitted in sealed boxes. That's the way you submit bids. They were due to the department at a certain time. At the appointed time, the bids were open. Everyone was present. It was a public event. Now, the new policy that Recreation and Park is using is for people to submit their bids electronically in advance of the due date. Because these bids are often so large, you have to make sure you submit them well in advance to make sure there are no electronic glitches, in which case your bid could be late and then deemed non-responsive. There is no public verification of when the bids are received or how many bids have been submitted. Also, in the case of the Stowe Lake bid, the RFQ required bidders to preserve the historic nature of the boathouse. We don't know what the Ortega bid put in theirs. From my own standpoint, I preserved the old boathouse. The boathouse is a boat repair facility. One of the pieces of information that was leaked by either the department or by somebody was that this Ortega proposal proposes to change the boathouse from a boat repair facility into a high-end gift shop. To me, a high-end gift shop is different from the historical use of a boat repair facility. Since nothing else has been made public, we have no idea what else has been even mentioned in their bid, and we've been told that we aren't going to see that until after the award has been made, in which case the horse is out of the barn. How do you make any public comment? They make a great deal about public comment, and yet as a member of the public with a special vested interest, it is very difficult to make comment on something that you know nothing about, which they appear to be doing a pretty good job of hiding. Aside from that, I respectfully, in her absence, Attorney Clark, I respectfully disagree with her interpretation of the way this would apply to an RFP versus an RFQ. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, also one last thing, public input. I do have, and I could give it to you if you want. I have 2,400 signatures from people who come out to the boathouse and are very concerned about what the future of the boathouse is, and they thought enough to sign the petition. So there are 2,400 people who would like to see open and public disclosure on what is going on. So
Thank you.
Can I? Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence on support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Any discussion? Member Chan.
Has the Rec and Park been notified?
Through the chair, yes, Member Chan.
Okay. Member Cawthon.
Did they indicate whether or not they would be here?
Through the chair, I had a conversation with Nick Kinsley this afternoon, and he said he was looking at the agenda. He was planning on coming here around about 7 o'clock.
He said what?
He said he was planning to be at the hearing around about 7 o'clock.
About 7 o'clock.
Well, that's not unreasonable because, his item is number 14 on the agenda. Excuse me, ma'am. Please be seated. Mr. Tilden, please approach. You asked that this matter be moved up because you have to leave, is that correct?
Bruce has to be at another Park and Rec meeting, yes. But this is more important
But
than
you,
that
sir,
meeting.
you are the complainant here.
Yes, but he's here to answer any
You are the
questions.
complainant.
Yes.
Does it inconvenience you if this matter is continued for until the respondents get here?
No.
Please be seated. I wish we had known this before. Without objection, we are going to put this matter off until after 7 o'clock. Please be seated, ma'am. If Mr. McClellan has to leave, that's unfortunate, but he is not the complainant here. This matter is continued until after the respondent gets here.
Member Nee,
Member Williams?
with all due respect, she's holding her hand up. At least you could acknowledge what she's saying, what she's trying to say. You know, I feel very strong about that, we ignoring the public.
Well, she is not a party in interest to the complaint.
Shirley, I
know what she's going to say.
She is not a party in interest to the complaint.
But I still think it's not respectful if someone is standing up and we're here and they are paying taxes and that we just ignore them and tell them to sit down.
Is there a motion to overrule the chair?
For the record, just
Member Money?
Not making any motion, just for clarification for the record. From what I gathered hearing, what she said was something along the lines of the respondent was in the audience during the discussion, and it looks like he got out and is coming back, or I don't know the details, but that's all I heard her say.
Member Cawthon.
Shirley, if there's any way we could ask the woman who wants to speak if she could simply approach the podium and give us any information she has about the whereabouts of the respondent. I think that's a good idea.
Member Wolf.
Chris, when did the Park and Rec respondent tell you that they would be here at 7?
Through the chair, I believe it was around about 2:33.
They didn't come up and confirm it when they were here in the room?
I did not see the respondent in the rooms.
Thank you.
All right, the chair detects a consensus kind of to overrule my ruling. If the lady in the audience would approach the microphone, please.
My name is Pinky Kushner. I'm actually here as a member of the public to speak to this issue. I would just want to say that I was in the back of the room. I was sitting next to Nick. I know him quite well. I've spoken to him many times. He was here throughout the discussion of the change of the order of the agenda. He was fully here until midway into Mr. Wright's hearing. Thank you very much. Any other questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Member Cawthon.
Yeah, I didn't get your name.
My name is Pinky Kushner.
Oh, Pinky, yeah, I know you. Did Mr. Kinsey indicate that he would be here for the discussion?
You know, he left and he didn't say anything. Mm-hmm. I was very curious that he just walked out.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is all very unfortunate, but I think that in light of what what the respondent told our clerk, I still believe that holding this until after 7 p.m. is the appropriate way to go. Unfortunate, but I think that's what we should do here. Member, Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please? I believe that would be
item number 8,
9.
Mr. Chair. Item number 8 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by William and Robert Clark against the Mayor, the Board of Supervisors, and the Arts Commission for passing an ordinance that allows the Arts Commission to charge a fee to process public document requests.
I move that we find jurisdiction.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Johnson.
In light of the respondent's argument about jurisdiction, I would just like to be very specific in the motion that pursuant to 67.23 D2, we are the San Francisco Arts Commission, because it was established by charter in 1932 under 3.660, that we're considering them a policy body. Just because when we had BAVAC here before, we went through a lot of argument about the jurisdiction, and that would just clear it up. Because in their argument, they're saying that we don't have jurisdiction based on the nature of the complaint, but we can still hear the complaint because they are a chartered body. I just want to put that on the record so we don't have the same roundabout argument some of the respondents tend to give us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, Member Knebber.
We've actually saw this in front of the complaint committee, and we discussed that issue, and we did recommend that we find jurisdiction in spite of that.
Further discussion? Is there public comment on the jurisdiction question of this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Cawthon. Cawthon, aye. Member Manny. Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 9 ayes.
Okay, that takes us to the merits. Mr. Clark, you are either William or Robert. Please identify yourself. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
I am William Clark, and thank you for hearing my complaint. First, I would like to make it clear that my brother and my complaint is not based on disputing the fact that the city has the legal authority to charge street artists a certificate fee to administer and enforce the street artist program. Likewise, we are not disputing the fact that the city has the right to raise the street artist certificate fee when necessary to cover additional expenses and costs. What we're saying is that this specific fee is not necessary and that it in fact violates the Sunshine Ordinance. I would like to give you a copy of the Board of Supervisors statement regarding Proposition K, which gave the city the legal authority to raise the fee when necessary. And what I would like to also do is take a second to read from the minutes of the January 23rd, 2010 program committee of the Street Arts program, where they discussed raising the fee. I'll also give you a copy of this. This was Sharina Molina, who's the chairman, stated that she explained that the fee increase was called for because of the inordinate document request requiring costs for staff time and city attorney office time. And then Mr. Lazar made a comment in the minutes that said the budget, he said, would not have required a raise in the artist fee were it not for the ongoing requests received for public documents resulting in an inordinate amount of staff time spent in research and production of documents. Because of this, the cost of city attorney time and temporary clerical assistant were added to the budget, resulting in a 7.69% increase in the street artist fee. And then Mr. Lazar also stated that he added that Director of Cultural Affairs Kinsell himself had stated in no less than 3 public meetings throughout the past year, unless there would be a decrease in the amount of public records requests, the Street Arts program would seek an increase in the artist fees to cover the additional cost of city attorney time and clerical assistance. That's the minutes there. And then I sent you a copy of a statement that Mr. Kinsell made before the Budget Committee, the Board of Supervisors, in which he stated that there are 2 ordinances that govern the increase. And he said the second is the Sunshine Ordinance. When that was passed, it required the Arts Commission to respond to requests of information regarding the operation of their programs. Unfortunately, in the last 2 years, we have seen a small number of individuals abusing the Sunshine Ordinance rules, requiring small groups to spend an inordinate amount of time regarding the questions, responding to documents, etc. In addition to staff time, you have the city attorney's time that would be paid for. That is the reason we are seeking a 47.40 increase to help pay for additional part-time staff to help comply with the Sunshine. I also have a DVD of Mr. Kinsell's testimony before that, which I would like to give you so you have that for review. And what we're saying is that we believe that the Arts Commission is not using the proper procedure to respond to public documents requests for review and copying. And that what they're doing is that every request that comes to them, they're sending over to the city attorney's office for city attorney time. And that this $47.44 increase is to cover the city attorney's time and additional staff time to pay for public document requests. And if there's no need for the department to involve the city attorney at all in these requests, because the Sunshine Ordinance states that if the department doesn't want to release something, then the person who's the requester asks the city attorney to review that for release. So we don't understand why we have to pay additional costs to the city attorney's office to respond to these complaints. In addition to that, and I'll round it up here. Well, we're just saying that there are presently approximately $90,000 in unused fee in our fund, which remained from last year because the second employee left the job and has not been rehired yet. And so we don't understand why we have to pay an additional cost for a third part-time person to do this work when the Sunshine Ordinance requires it to be Mr. Lazar's job or the second employee's job. So therefore, why should we pay an additional fee for a third person to do this when we haven't had a second person hired since last February, and there's $90,000 in funds sitting there that could pay for a third person without an additional fee. So this is very complicated, and I thank you for giving me a little extra time.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Hi, Commissioners. How many minutes do I have?
3.
3, thank you. I'm Mike Adario. I'm the chairperson for the Liaison Committee, the Street Artists Liaison Committee. This is somewhat complicated, and it goes over somewhat a good bit of time with these requests. But to give you a little background, our program is self-funded with members' funds. It's a city program. We have 2 city employees that the member artists pay for. The city pays nothing into this program. So if they have an additional expense, the members have to pay for it. What's brought us to this point was originally back in 2007, there was stolen money out of the office. We were not made aware of this. This was concealed from us for some time, and we started, when we found out about it in 2009, it was confirmed, and we started asking questions. We got police reports. Or I started asking questions, I should say. We got police reports that the money was, in fact, stolen, and we weren't told about it. It was concealed from us. So that raised a real big red flag. What we did from that point was we brought that to the commissioners, the arts commissioners that sit on our board, and I asked them for an audit. Now, the audit was agreed to with the budget increase. That audit was not asked for by Mr. Lazar for 5 months. And at that point, after 5 months, the controller denied our request for an audit. So the reasons why we're asking for this paperwork is we find over and over again these things that are hidden from us, so they raise red flags. We also asked for information from the controller. And in fact, the controller did say that there is a $90,000 surplus. I don't know if you can see that right here. At the last budget meeting, they said that there's a $90,000 surplus. So there's no reason to raise this rate other than a pernicious attempt to stop Sunshine Ordinance request. It seems like the Arts Commission has a variation of a don't ask, don't tell, and it's basically don't ask them because they're not going to tell you anything. So this is something that we see over and over again with the Arts Commission. They tend to treat us as second-class citizens, and we have to always ask for these things, and they delay them. And as you probably are aware, they already have 2 violations against them that I had to bring forward in front of your committee.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, would the respondent approach, please? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, members. We are saying that this is a department's right to raise its fees.
Excuse me, could you identify yourself,
Yes,
please?
I'm sorry. I'm Howard Lazar, Street Arts Program Director.
Thank you.
Okay. And this $90,000, it's not there. Our chief financial officer proved it to the controller's office and to the controller himself. And those details can be shown, I'm sure. Okay, I don't have them with me. There's no $90,000 there. Even if there were, I submit, it is not within your purview to adjudicate. Certainly it's within your purview to hear reasons as to why a department is doing what it's doing, but it's not within your purview, according to the Sunshine Ordinance that I see, for you to adjudicate our right to raise the fee or not. I do want to say, and forgive me for reading this, I'm just excerpting it, that before submitting our budget to the Board of Supervisors with a recommended fee increase, we determined that a fee increase was necessary in order to cover the costs of administering and enforcing the Street Artist Ordinance. And these included additional administrative costs arising out of processing and responding to public records requests. I was here before you months ago saying that I could not keep up with it as one person. My assistant could not help me on this because she was busy doing the other work of the department. Hence the reason to get outside temp help for this. I flat out told you that. We understand that the Sunshine Ordinance definitely precludes the city from charging a requester for its costs associated with processing a public records request and for the requester's inspection of records. We understand that. And that it authorizes departments to charge certain fees to the requester only for the copies of records. And that's what we've done. But the Sunshine Ordinance does not prohibit a city department from setting a permit fee based on the cost of administering a permitting program, or in calculating that fee from including the costs the department incurs in complying with the public records request. The Sunshine Ordinance doesn't prohibit us from doing that. If the department were to charge a requester a fee to cover the personnel costs of responding to the requester, then the task force would definitely have jurisdiction to determine whether the department had violated your section 67.26. Similarly, if the department were to charge a records requester for inspecting a record, the task force would have jurisdiction to determine whether the department had violated your section 67.28A. But those facts are not present here. Furthermore, nothing in the Sunshine Ordinance remotely suggests that the task force has jurisdiction to determine the legality of permit fees charged to street artists. Challenges to the legality, and I challenge my friends out there, can be brought in a court of law. Let the courts decide on the veracity of the Arts Commission. And furthermore, it's clear that the ordinance itself, the fee-setting ordinance that we're under now, Ordinance 18910, which sets the street artist fee, the ordinance itself doesn't violate the Sunshine Ordinance. And because it doesn't authorize charging a requester for the cost of processing a records request, it doesn't violate Section 67.26, nor 67.28A. So we're asking that the task force please dismiss this complaint for 2 major reasons. A, the task force lacks jurisdiction to adjudicate the complaint, and B, the complaint does not state a violation of law. The task force may not judge the legality of an ordinance which sets certificate fees for street artists, and therefore should neither assert jurisdiction over the complaint nor find that the complaint is legally valid. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Thank you. Please approach. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chairman Nee. I'm actually one of the co-named parties. My name is Jill J. I'm here on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. And this meeting this evening, we agree with the presentation presented by Mr. Lazar.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
That is true.
Sir, she is here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent. Sir, she is here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent. Sir, we have answered your question. Please be silent. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nee. As I was stating, the Board of Supervisors agrees with the presentation presented by the Arts Commission. Obviously, this esteemed body has jurisdiction to hear matters related to the Sunshine Ordinance, but in this particular matter, everything has been done according to the rules as imposed by the city, and according to your own ordinance, Chairman Nee, this body has the ability to have a non-adjudicatory hearing on the costs that would be associated with this program, and essentially little more as to whether or not this fee would be applicable under the law. That would be a challenge to be brought in court. Thank you for your time, and we hope that you will find that there is no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance and dismiss this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matters with the task force, Member Kneber, and then Member Williams.
I have 3 things to say. Although I think it was out of order to yell, I do think that the person in the audience was correct. This was a named person, a named respondent to this order. So they should not have been able to present facts and evidence as a separate from the respondent because they are a named respondent in the case. We found for the complainant before in the complaint committee hearing that the second brother could not give facts and evidence in support of the complainant because he was a named complainant. So to be fair, I think that point of order is correct.
Your point of order is well taken, and to the person in the audience, Mr. Clark, I apologize, sir. Your point of order also was well taken.
Number 2, I highly, highly disagree with Mr. Lazar's idea that we do not have jurisdiction, as I stated before. Although I do think that the merits of the case point to us finding no violation in this case.
Member Williams? Microphone, please.
Hi, I'm here on a different, have my own issues that I need to handle, but on their behalf, I would like to say
No,
that
you're out of order.
Be seated
From the Board
and
of
be
Super-
silent.
Madam, from the
Member
Board-
Williams?
From the Board of Supervisors, I would like to ask you, what is your name again? and
My
your
name is Jill J.
And your position?
I am the Administrative Deputy Director.
Okay. Now, did this go through all the channels of raising the hive through the committees and through the Board of Supervisors?
Yes,
Did they
ma'am, it
approve
did.
this? This was all approved?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's all been documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What days? Did you bring any documentation? with
I
you?
believe that was previously submitted, but in fact, this was read twice in the board process.
Which committee did it go through?
I'm sorry, ma'am. It would be finance.
Went to finance.
Yeah, it went through the finance committee, and it appeared on the board's agenda, I believe, the first time on June 21st. And was finally passed on July 13th.
Through the Board of Supervisors?
Through the Board of Supervisors, and signed by the mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Wolf?
Ma'am, can you please describe to me your job position and how you relate to the Board of Supervisors? Because I'm not aware that the Board of Supervisors has a director.
I am one of 3 deputy directors that works for the Board of Supervisors through the clerk of the board's office.
Okay.
My administrative duties include many things associated with the Board of Supervisors office.
Okay. So you were asked to be here.
I was asked to be here by Angela Calvillo, the clerk of the board, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors.
And did the Board of Supervisors make any kind of order or request that the clerk represent them here today?
That is the way our office functions. We do the administrative functions of Department 1, the Board of Supervisors.
So are the Board of Supervisors aware?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm not. The question is we've never had anybody of this title come before us before in my years that I've been here. Somebody from the clerk's office will show up and represent, but usually it just is a little odd to me that because I've never heard the job position before.
I am a member of the clerk of the board's office,
Okay.
but the clerk of the board's office reports to the Board of
Right.
Supervisors.
No, I understand that. My other question to you is with regards to whether the supervisors know about this. Is this something that the clerk would take upon them herself without discussion with the Board of Supervisors?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. The clerk of the board does the bidding of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Further discussion? Okay. The chair is going to rule that because the respondent, in effect, got an additional 3 minutes, if the complainant wishes. Yes.
Chairman Nee, if I may raise another point of order. If my co-defendant had not used his entire 5 minutes, I would have been able to speak during that period. I was trying to make my presence known, but I'm behind the chair here, or behind this podium, so I don't think that you could see that I was here in order to use the remainder of his time.
Well, did you, in fact, use what you rose when I asked for comment?
For respondents. I tried to get to the podium before you finished your
I see.
request for people in support of.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Member Wolf.
Mr. Chair, I just want to also note that the third respondent is not present.
Okay.
The mayor.
All right. There being no further discussion among the task force at the moment, the respondent and then the complainant will each get 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. The respondent and then the complainant. Is there any? Does the respondent have any concluding or rebutting remarks? No. Okay. Complainant.
First, I think I should be given an additional 2 or 3 minutes because
Okay, you have that now.
Okay, thank you.
3 minutes.
I mean, an additional beyond that, because at the other meeting, I had the same situation happen to me, and I was not allowed to speak. I would like to have an additional 3 minutes to offset what the city's position was. First of all, I want to make it clear it's a complete misrepresentation. At the board supervisors meetings, Mr. Kinsell never said that the fee increase was to raise for general administrative costs. The DVD that we have in there, if you watch it, you'll see that he said the only reason that these fees were being raised was to cover the cost of the Sunshine Ordinance document request. So for Mr. Lazar to state that at any of these meetings that was mentioned as a reason, that is a misrepresentation of facts. I want to make it clear that my brother has requested documents in this fiscal year. He requested 2 documents, and as of this date, he's had to pay $11.86 for these 2 documents. I want to make it also clear that under the Sunshine Ordinance, it's Section 67.26. It states that the job of responding to these documents is the ordinary regular work duties of any employee. Now, the regular work duties of any employee is paid through their salaries. Now, the city attorney gets the salaries, the city attorney office gets the salaries, the staff of the art commission gets a salary, including Mr. Lazar. And so therefore, their job duty is to respond to these public requests. They're being paid by their salaries. This fee increase is an additional fee that we're being forced to pay. And then not only if the intent of the Sunshine Ordinance is to keep someone from having to pay a fee for a specific request, then it is absurd to interpret the Sunshine Ordinance to force people who don't even ask for a request to have to pay for documents that are requested. And so I think it is a clear violation of Section 67.26. I'd also like to be able to take a few minutes here to make it clear that as I stood in front of this committee, I'm just a little bit nervous. You'll have to forgive me because I'm upset because we're talking about people like me being knocked out of the program because we can't afford the fees any longer. And I just want to say that if you would review the DVD that we presented to you, you could see it in Mr. Kinsell's own words. And the city does not have the authority to raise our fees unless necessary. Proposition K makes it clear that they only have their authority when necessary. And if you allow them to raise our fee, you are in effect letting them amend their Sunshine Ordinance illegally. And that $90,000 is in the Street Artists Fund because the Street Artists has not had an second full-time employee since February. So for Mr. Lazar to stand here without any evidence, say that we don't have any money here is another misrepresentation of the facts because there is no way we could not have it because I'm still paying I've been paying since, my brother's been paying since February and all the street artists have been paying since February for a second employee who we don't have, and it's also been included in the new budget for a second employee, which the street artists are being forced to pay for. So to stand here and to say that they need a third employee when we're already paying for a second employee, which we don't have, is an attempt by the Art Commission to create a slush fund, which they're not allowing us to have use for to lower our fee. And in fact, if the Art Commission and the city went by the law and used the proper formula, our fee should have been reduced by up to $200 to $400 a year instead of this phony fee increase to intimidate us to stop asking for documents dealing with the financial resources of the street artist program so that we can expose that there's some kind of embezzlement going on, and we're being intimidated into not being intimidated by this fee increase because we have our fellow street artists yelling and screaming at us when we ask for documents because they're telling us that we're forcing them to pay more money. And I'm really sorry that I've taken a little bit more time than I was supposed to.
Thank you. Excuse me. Oh. Matter is back with the task force. Member Wolf, then Member Cawthon.
Well, I certainly feel for the artists in their in this situation with regards to in an excess of fees. I don't believe that it's necessarily within our jurisdiction. I'm a little concerned about that because what is in our jurisdiction is whether the Sunshine Ordinance is being violated. Okay, we don't set the fees. The Board of Supervisors or the voters set the fees, and it's an administrative protocol. It is not one that is dependent or considerate of the Sunshine Ordinance. Be it as it may, it is the undoubted responsibility of every city employee to be responsible for carrying and following Sunshine Ordinance. That's what they get paid for. If it is found that by the Board of Supervisors or the city attorney that money should not be raised for the purposes of administrating what is already the duty of an employee. That's something that is serious and should be taken up because that could set off an interesting and dangerous precedent that no department has the ability to carry out any sunshine responsibility because they don't have any money to do so. You can't do that. That's wrong. The sunshine ordinance must be carried out whether there is money or there's not. If there's somebody in an office, somebody getting paid to do their job, it is inclusive of what they're getting paid for. And a department cannot say we cannot carry out sunshine requests because we don't have enough money to do so. That is not a valid reason. So if the complaint was being brought forward saying that we were denied access to public information because we were told that the department doesn't have any money to be able to process sunshine complaints, that would be something that would be more towards our jurisdiction. What and how is being charged the public, and for what reason, I don't necessarily feel is necessarily a violation of the ordinance. The ordinance doesn't specify how the procedure should be processed or not.
Member Cawthon, then Member Williams.
Yeah, I have great sympathy for the Clark brothers, and I hope that they will pursue sunshine requests to get to the bottom of some of the issues that they take issue with. The problem that we've got is that it's sort of apples are on one side and oranges are the other. They raised the street artist fee. We don't have jurisdiction over the raising of the street artist fee. We do have jurisdiction if they're charging for processing sunshine requests, which they can't do. But I know that Chair Nee talked to two people who are First Amendment experts. One's head of the First Amendment Project, and the other is head of the First Amendment, I think it's called Coalition. And they both said as a matter of law, there is nothing wrong with raising the street artist fee to cover administrative costs, even if these costs do cover fulfilling sunshine requests. However, they can't charge you for sunshine requests, and I regret that they have done what they've done, but I don't think we have any jurisdiction over their raising of the street artist fee. That's not within our purview.
Member Williams.
Yes, the gentleman that got up, I'm sorry, no, this gentleman. Sir,
Yes,
you said that it was $90,000.
Yes.
And now, we do have that jurisdiction. Did you try to find, that should be a public records. That should be records and documents.
Well,
do you have any documents to trail to file to where that money is and who has that money?
This is an email from the controller that says that there's a $90,000 surplus in the fund. There appears, according to Mr. Lazar, a conflict with their chief of financial, but this is from the controller. This is one of the reasons why we kept asking for information, because we were getting two different things, one from the controller, one from the Arts Commission. There seemed to be a conflict. The people at the controller, when this was voted on at the supervisors, admitted that there was a $90,000 surplus, but they went ahead and voted for it anyway. Chris Daly and Supervisor Alioto Peer voted against it. So
well, you don't
I have the document.
Go through all of that. That's the way I would go for public record, because that should be a public record.
Well,
but what's happening, and you should have those documents. We only have jurisdiction, like they were saying, for getting public records, and that should be a public record. Where is that $90,000? What are they doing with it? What are they gonna do with it? And why can't you guys be supplemented on whatever? So we don't have jurisdiction, like he said, over what you asked for. But we do have jurisdiction on you getting public records, and that's the way I would go. I would dig and dig and dig and dig and find out who's telling what and who's, how they're crossing these things up, and, and bring those documents to us where, get the public
But
records.
I think that what you were trying to say is, since that we are self-funded,
Yes.
this puts a chilling effect on asking for more records, because they say, you ask for more records, the fees are going to go up. So it's a chilling effect on anybody to ask for more records, because this is what they did. They raised our fee. And I have in their minutes where they said, if you keep requesting records, your fee is going to go up. And it says it right in the minutes. I can't believe that the city attorney said that wasn't the reason. I have the minutes.
And how much were your fees for requesting documents going to go up to?
They raised them $47 per member per year.
Okay.
Now, a lot of our members are immigrants and indigent, and according to the Arts Commission, they call this indigent.
Okay, I understand. But if some way everybody could get together and get that $44 and get their documents on the trail to find out that information that you're seeking, I would go that way.
Member Member Johnson, Member Wolf, Member Kneber.
Just for discussion purposes, based on what Member Wolf had started with, I have some concern that we are not addressing this in any way at all, because I watched the portion that they suggested in the Budget and Finance Committee. And literally, the gentleman that comes up literally says, "May I address the street artist fee?" And he blames the entire thing only on the Sunshine Ordinance. Now, when you read 67.26, it says, "The work of responding to a public records request and preparing documents for disclosure shall be considered part of the regular work duties of any city employee, comma." It says, "and no fee shall be charged to the requester." Now, to me, that's two separate statements, though they are connected. I think we need to somehow comment on the fact that they are, I know we don't have jurisdiction over fees, but they are literally telling people that their increase for the artist fee is because people have to respond to the Sunshine request. There was no mention of administrative costs. And their fee, under 2404, their fee, it says their fee is collected, the fees collected shall be equal to, but shall not exceed, the fee necessary to support the costs of processing applications and examinations under the Street Artist Ordinance. And the Street Artist Ordinance, Prop L, was really about limiting where the artists sell and verifying that they're handmade. And part of their costs are that the commissioners get $100 every time they go out to verify at a studio. They get $100 if their meetings last more than 4 hours. Now, I know the Sunshine Ordinance comes after the Prop L and Prop K, but it seems a blatant threat to really come before the Board of Supervisors and state that the entire artist fee is based on the Sunshine Ordinance costs.
Member Wolf and then Member Kneber.
So that's a pretty compelling argument. And reading 6726, I can concur with you on that, Member Johnson. I think that, as I started out by saying, it is considered part of the regular work duties. I was a little concerned to hear one of the people in support of the complainant state that there was a vacancy that has yet to have been filled for the past 8 months, and that and that they want to increase the fee and not provide additional staff when they have a vacancy. I can only imagine it's been budgeted already, So that's of concern to me. So 6726 I can definitely see as being, I'd like to get a little more discussion from task force members before I make any consideration. 6728A, no fee should be charged for making public records available for review. That's kind of a hard reach. I mean, to me that means I go into the planning department, and I want to see some plans, and they want to charge me, to be able to see the actual records. It's not necessarily to pay for their work. It's kind of a gatekeeper's fee in order to see the documents. That's the way I read 6728A. I'm almost at the point where I want to possibly contact our DCA, but let's hear some more. I want to hear some more of what other folks here on the task force have to say.
Member Kneber.
I definitely agree with the spirit of Member Johnson's argument, but the way that I read the ordinance and the way it's set up, I don't think that we specifically have the right, or we cannot tell them how to set their fees, no matter what it is. We know even if it's proved to me that they're doing it because it's costing them to make copies or whatever, I don't see, as long as they are not charging a requester that comes in on a per request or a requester that's coming in asking for documents, I don't think that we can find a violation.
Member Johnson, and then Member Wolf.
Quickly, 67.28A. I didn't make this point, but I had thought about it. It says, no fee shall be charged for making public records available for review. No fee. Not to the requester, but no fee. And it uses the word fee. So I just think we need to address it because they're blaming it on the Sunshine Ordinance. And it says no fee. It doesn't say anything about whether that fee is charged to the requester or not.
Member Wolf, and then Member Washburn.
Thank you for that. I must be getting a little hypoglycemic. But that was very, very good point. I also want to bring to light, and this is notated in the argument in favor of Prop K, of which this is pretty much surrounded around. And I want to thank the complainant for underlining this specific section. The present law precludes any fee increase. The proposed measure will give the Board of Supervisors the authority to raise the fee when necessary to finance the cost of the Art Commission in administering and enforcing the Street Artist Ordinance, not the Sunshine Ordinance, only the Street Artist Ordinance. Sunshine Ordinance, I don't believe, is contained anywhere inside the Street Artist Ordinance. Sunshine Ordinance is overarching of the responsibilities of all city workers and elected officials. So, you know, I can see how that relates to 6728A. It's a very interesting and arcane argument to make, and I can see, based upon this evidence, which is passed by the voters. It's not a city ordinance. It's a charter ordinance. So I would, I could see the complaint having some validity here.
Member Washburn.
I think Member Johnson has made some compelling points, and when I was reading this in preparation for tonight, I was inclined to find no violation until I read the minutes from the January 13th meeting, and the only...
Whose meeting?
From the Street Artist Program Committee.
What page?
This is page 132, 133 of the packet, and the complainant read from this, so this has been part of the testimony tonight. But all of the underlying portions of this, if you read it, is the upshot is that the only reason the fees are being raised is to cover the cost of complying with sunshine requests. And so I would like to, it would be nice to know what other duties staff people have that administer this program. But, I can't imagine that sunshine requests are so voluminous that it requires hiring a whole other person to do this, particularly when there's a vacancy that hasn't been filled and there's money in the budget. So again, Member Johnson made a compelling point, and in reading the language of the ordinance 67.26, it clearly states that no fee shall be charged to cover the personnel cost of responding to a records request.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'm not sure how to word it, but I'd like to find that the ordinance, I was looking for the, whatever that number is, 180. The ordinance that they adopted, 18910, violates 67.26 and 67.28A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Is there public comment on this motion? Sir, you have already submitted evidence, facts and evidence in support of the complainant. Therefore, you're not allowed public comment. Is there anybody else, any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion. As much as, this raises all kinds of questions here. And I sympathize with the complainants. This is obviously going to pose them and some people they know some difficulty. But we have received communications. I don't know if the complainants or the respondents have seen them. We have received communications from 3 attorneys, all of whom are very well-known sunshine advocates, that the fee itself does not violate the law. The permit fee does not violate the law. They are not asking you, if you go in to request a record, okay, they're not saying, well, you're getting this record, it's going to cost you money. They're not saying, or you're going to have to pay for staff time. Nothing like that. They are, all they're saying here is that, we have certain administrative costs that we have to meet over a period of time, over a fiscal year, and we need to find ways to meet those costs, and so this is the way, this is the only legal device that we have to do it. And it is a legal device, according to 3 very well-known, respected sunshine attorneys. One of them is Terry Frank, who is the general counsel of Californians Aware. Mr. Frank wrote the initial language for the Sunshine Ordinance that City Hall enacted in 1993. Another is David Green, who is executive director and staff counsel of the First Amendment Project. A third is Peter Scheer, who is the executive director of the First Amendment Coalition. All 3 agree that there is no violation here. Member Johnson, Member Washburn, Member Wolf, Member Cawthon. Member Monig, did you raise your hand?
I do want to just point out in their analysis, for example, David Green, he specifically says, it seems to me they are paying for the perceived increase in costs in public records. It's not perceived. The Arts Commission specifically stated that's what it's for. So I would be curious if Mr. Green's perception of that would change, if he knew it wasn't. It's not perceived.
Member Washburn.
Right. I was wondering if these attorneys had seen the minutes from the Street Artists Program Committee.
I did not send it to them.
Okay. Because for me, reading that was compelling evidence for why the fees were being increased.
Well, I did, Member Johnson, just one thing. I did tell them in my initial communique, I said, the fee is to cover costs borne by the City Arts Commission to administer street artist exhibits. A note in the Commission's proposed budget for the Street Artists Program states, for FY 2010-2011, to accommodate public records requests and investigation of street artist violations, the cost of part-time temporary help, $25 an hour times 280 hours equals $5,200, and city attorney advice, $214 an hour times 65 hours equals $13,910, were added to the budget. So I did pass along that specific notation in that budget proposal. Member Wolf, then Member Cawthon, then Member Johnson.
Member Washburn, were you on that stack? Did you have a comment?
I just did.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I hear the counter arguments to the argument here. My concern about this is with regards to 6728A, if the Street Arts Commission is making the claim, or the premise, I should better say, that without this increase, it would not be able to comply with Sunshine, then that would, to me, violate 6728A, because it states that no fee shall be charged for making the public records available for review. So if they're saying that they need the fee in order to be able to make records publicly available for review, then I would say that then by their own testimony and by what they've noted in their proposed budget, that would seemingly violate 6728A. The question I have here also, Mr. Chair, in your in your question to our noted experts in the field, could the fee and/or the increase be construed as an illegal charge for handling public record requests? Is the question meant to be a fee to provide the records, or was it the question in regards to administering the records? And the question, and then the point here under Sunshine is that it doesn't necessarily, if a person exists as an employee, then they have that responsibility anyway, whether the money was there or not. So if they exist as an employee and they come to the office every day, then they have to do the job. And so to me, I kind of see the argument that the complainants are putting forward as being an intimidation factor. It's kind of an intimidation. Let's take it out of the artists. Let's take it as the whole, any department in the city. If any department were to say that, say, look, if you don't pay us, we won't be able to provide public information. That's not what the crux of the ordinance was supposed to be all about. It was to be about anybody who currently exists that comes to work every day that has custody of any documents must do their job and provide it. and it can't be held hostage because there's no money. If there's no money, then that person is eventually going to lose their job. Then there'll be no person in custody. Then the city's going to have to find a way to raise money. It's different. It's different than fundraising for doing the work of Sunshine. Doing the work of Sunshine is implicit of having a job here in the city.
Member Cawthon and Member Johnson.
You know, I really hope we find a violation, but the logic is something that I'm worried about. I have read the minutes. I have read also the statement by the department that they are raising the street artist fee to cover administrative costs, of which the fulfilling Sunshine ordinance, Sunshine requests is a part. So I'd like, if there's a chance, to call Jana Clark, if Administrator Rustum could give her a call and see what she thinks, because she didn't come out with a conclusion. But David Green is a highly respected First Amendment attorney, and he finds no legal reason for them not to be able to increase the street artist fee. Peter Scheer of the First Amendment Coalition, another highly respected Sunshine attorney, similarly found, and Chair Nee says that Tony Frank found the same thing. So, I mean, I think it's a hard one, because I definitely want these people to keep on making their Sunshine requests, and I think, you know, there's certainly a presumption that maybe they're obviously trying to pass the costs along via the street artist fee, but I don't know if there's anything illegal about raising costs of a particular program to cover perceived costs of another program. So that's what gives me pause.
Member Johnson.
A couple things I want to point out, and that is that in the budget, in the San Francisco Artists Commission budget, they're not only asking for money for the street artist fee. So there is a separate portion of the budget that covers administrative costs, etc. But when they presented to the Board of Supervisors, they represented that the street artist fee was specifically for the Sunshine Ordinance. The remainder was allocated to the rest of the budget that they asked for. So the logic is that the artist fee is having to do specifically with the Sunshine Ordinance above and beyond their regular duties that they asked for. So at a minimum, this $13,000 that's going to the city attorney's office is a fee that someone is being charged in violation of 67.28A above and beyond their costs that they're saying is part of their budget. And they represented that it was to cover costs for the Sunshine Ordinance. And so when Chair Nee represented to the attorneys that it was to cover the artist exhibits, that is not what was represented to the Board of Supervisors. Specifically, they say, may I address the street artist's fee? It is not lumped in with any other issue. I just want to make that perfectly clear. Their letter is not in agreement. Their letter to us does not agree with the record before the Board of Supervisors. It is not lumped together.
Member Cawthon.
Administrator Rustum, have we contacted Jana Clark? Can we do that and ask her for her opinion?
Mr. Chair, what do you want me to do?
Why don't you go ahead and see if you can reach Ms. Clark and see what, if any, opinion she wants to offer. Do you have a way of making sure that your conversation with her is beamed out to the...
Hello, this is Jana.
Hi, Janet, can you hear us?
Hello?
She can't hear.
Yeah, but you're going to have to talk really loud.
All right. Jana, this is Richard Nee. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I just pulled over. I was just driving.
All right. This is Richard Nee from the task force. Question has arisen. Did you say you're driving right now?
I just pulled over.
All right. Do you have access to the agenda packet?
I have access to it. Yeah, let me just go grab it. Yeah, I've got it now.
All right. We are discussing items 8 and 9. This is case number 10041.
Okay.
This regards the fee set by the Arts Commission, also with the mayor and the Board of Supervisors. The fee that the Arts Commission charges to street artists, a permit fee.
Right, I'm familiar with that complaint.
Okay. I think there are basically two arguments that are being weighed here. Number one, whether the fee increase is legal, particularly in light of Prop K that was added to the city charter. It says present law precludes any fee increase. The proposed measure will give the Board of Supervisors the authority to raise the fee when necessary to finance the cost of the Art Commission in administering and enforcing the street artist ordinance. Without a provision to increase the fee, the Art Commission is unable to effectively administer and enforce its program. The complainants believe, and some members of the task force agree, that the mayor, the board, and the Art Commission should be found in violation of sections 67.26 and 67.28A because they believe that in adopting the fee increases, they have in fact violated those two provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance. Let me see if I can find them and read them to you. 67.26, no record shall be withheld from disclosure in its entirety unless all information contained in it is exempt from disclosure under express provisions of the California Public Records Act or of some other statute. Information that is exempt from disclosure shall be masked, deleted, or otherwise segregated in order that the non-exempt portion of a requested record may be released and keyed by footnote or other clear reference to the appropriate justification for withholding required by section 67.27 of this article. This work shall be done personally by the attorney or other staff member conducting the exemption review. The work of responding to a public records request and preparing documents for disclosure shall be considered part of the regular work duties of any city employee, and no fee shall be charged to the requester to cover the personnel costs of responding to a records request. Section 6728A says, no fee shall be charged for making public records available for review. So it is the contention of the complainants and and some members of the task force that there is a violation here by the Board of Supervisors, the mayor, and the Parks, the Arts Commission, all of whom are named respondents in the complaint, that they violated in approving the fee increase. They violated sections 67.26 and 67.28A. And some members of the task force are interested in your read on this matter.
Could we include in there that they stated it's for the
I think as the ordinance reads right now, that it doesn't, I don't think you can find a violation when they increase the administrative cost, when they increase the fee based on an increase in the administrative cost, even though part of those administrative costs are to cover public records requests. The way I read the ordinance is if it's that you can't charge a fee for an individual request, but that what they're doing, I don't think falls under either 67.28 or 67.26. I think I understand the argument, but I don't think the language of the ordinance supports it.
Jonna, it doesn't just, this is Hope Johnson. It doesn't, the ordinance doesn't say, the ordinance says that the work of responding to a public records request and preparing documents for disclosure shall be considered part of the regular work duties of any city employee, comma. So that's, it says, and you can't charge a requester. So it's kind of two separate things, but in the minutes of two separate meetings, the San Francisco Arts Commission represented that the artist fee was specifically for Sunshine Ordinance related costs. It does not lump them in with other administrative costs.
Right. But the way I read it is that that it's true that the administrative costs they're seeking to cover are to fulfill Sunshine requests, and they're passing it on through raising the certificate fee, but that they're not increasing what they charging or increasing the charge to individuals who make the request. And the way I read the ordinance, there's no prohibition against increasing their fee to cover their administrative costs, even if it includes the costs of responding to the public records request.
Well, I think what...
I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm saying that I think that's where the language takes you.
What Member Johnson is saying, and I think there are others who agree with her, is that the increase is totally Sunshine related.
Right, but I think that I understand that, but I think that the ordinance doesn't prohibit them from spreading their administrative costs, including the cost of responding to a public records request, spreading it out and charging all members of the program to support that. I see it as an increased cost of the program that's being passed on through the fee. Again, I'm not saying... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think we may have lost her. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Member Wolf?
Jana, this is Bruce Wolf. I just want to reiterate what Chair Nee had stated with regards to how the voters voted for the administration of this fee. Now, the Street Artists Commission, in its budget, had specifically noted that it wanted to increase the fee specifically for Sunshine. Right. But the Prop K specifically says that that the fee or the authority of the Board of Supervisors to raise the fee is to finance the cost of the Art Commission in administering and enforcing the Street Ordinance, period. Does not say Sunshine Ordinance, does not say any other ordinance, specifically Street Artist Ordinance, and the Sunshine Ordinance is not contained in the Street Artist Ordinance. So as far as the argument or the concerns that we have here on the task force through some of us in questioning is to say that the request to have the fee be used for Sunshine when it's already part of any worker, any city employee, any elected official's job duty. It's already included. It's part of their job description. They can't charge a fee almost ex parte to the job of what everybody's supposed to be doing anyway. That would create a very untenable precedent across the entire city administration. That means every department would then be able to create a fee and to fund any number of duties other than Sunshine. So that would, it seems to me to be untenable, and I'd just like to hear your response with regards to that. Again, the fee in Prop K is specific to street artists ordinance. No other ordinance is mentioned in the law.
If I understand what you're saying, the way I'm looking at it is, and I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but the administrative costs include the sunshine costs, and that's true for every department. So by analogy, the time that the time that the police department spends responding to requests is just part of their overall budget. And when they go and seek more money to cover their budget, it naturally includes part of the costs associated with responding to the request. So I see them as just part of the administrative costs of the program. I hope I'm being heard. I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's because I'm parked sort of on the street, and unfortunately I just have a couple more minutes till I have to be at the other meeting, and then I can step out again for another call. But is that helpful at all? I mean, again, I'm not saying I agree necessarily with the result, but just the language of the ordinance, I think, limits fee increases to ones charged to individuals in response to individual record requests, and doesn't speak to the way you're trying to interpret it. I don't think the way the ordinance is written allows for this interpretation, although I'm sympathetic to that interpretation.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, any further questions for Ms. Clark? Okay, Ms. Clark, I think that concludes the conversation. We thank you very much for making yourself available.
And perhaps I'll be in a better position to take the call, and I'll have better reception. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Is there further discussion on this item? Member Wolf.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty at this point. I'm not. My read of the ordinance, my read of Prop K, the response from the experts, which I think had they been aware of Prop K being part of the evidence for this complaint, might have put a different light on their response. And some of the different interpretations of the ordinance, specifically these two sections with regards to this, I'm inclined to ask for a continuance. I'd like to try and investigate and make sure we get this right, because this not just doesn't affect this particular complainant and this particular commission, because there are other fees that are being collected in the city that are equally worded in the same way, whether they were created by voter initiative or by city ordinance.
Is that a motion?
I move to continue.
Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is Member Knebber?
I'm having a big problem with this. I don't think it should be continued. I think we have the information on the table. I don't think it's a violation. I mean, I understand that you guys are having a problem with this, but we keep going around and around the same issue. I 100% agree with the interpretation. The wording does not allow us to penalize them for the fees they charge. It's included. The fees, it doesn't matter if they say they raise it completely. Every fee that they raise is because of sunshine. If as our Deputy City Attorney said, if the police commission has to raise fees, they go and ask for the fee raise from the budget from the city attorneys. We wouldn't hold them in violation for doing that. We can't hold the Arts Commission in violation for asking its members to help pay for its increased administration costs. It's just how it works.
Member Wolf?
The only argument I have to that is that if the supervisors were not necessarily instructed by the city attorney that they cannot increase the fee because the voters said you can't increase it for that particular reason, Okay? The administration of the street artist ordinance is specific to the street artist ordinance. It's not to the sunshine ordinance. And it specifically says is to effectively administer and enforce its program, street artist program. Okay? It's not to administer sunshine. Sunshine is separate. If there was no fee, the commission would still exist. Okay? And there could have gotten at one point or another, the fees probably were free. You just asked for it. Now they increased it, for whatever reason. So, they were still able to perform sunshine duties even when it was free. So,
Member Kneber, Member Johnson.
But by your own argument, part of their duty in the program is to administer sunshine requests.
Through the chair,
so it's
no.
part of it.
No,
Through the
that's
chair,
not part
no, it's not. Any city employee must provide for sunshine. Okay, it is not. They aren't exclusive because they have to administer a certificate and charge a fee. They're finding essentially a cash cow to be able to fund it. And I don't think any other department that doesn't have the ability to collect a fee has the ability to do the same thing. And frankly, there are a lot of departments that probably deal with far more sunshine requests than the Street Artists Commission. Far more. We know that for a fact. And so, it's like the Park and Rec doesn't raise their fees because of sunshine. They don't raise their fees because of sunshine. Okay? They know that it's implicit upon what their duties to provide the service. So that's my argument. And if we're split on interpretation, that's why I'm asking for continuance. Okay? I appreciate you saying that we don't under sunshine. That's your interpretation. It's not mine.
Further discussion, Member Kneber. I'm sorry, Member Johnson.
In addition to what Member Wolf is saying, I would also like to point out something I think is very specific to this, and that is that in their presentation to the Board of Supervisors requesting this fee, they said that unfortunately, we have seen a small number of individuals abusing the sunshine ordinance. They're taking it upon themselves to state that they're combating some sort of abuse when it's the artist's right to request these documents. And in addition, the fee is being levied upon not everyone, but the very people who would be interested in getting documents, the artists themselves. I mean, how many other people would really even be interested in those documents? So it's really lending itself to a runaround of forcing them to pay for these requests because it's not been included in mixture of administrative costs. In addition to what Member Wolf said about Prop K and the Street Artists Ordinance, specifically Prop L, and it was specifically made to limit where the artists sell and to verify that they're handmade. It has nothing to do with the Sunshine Ordinance.
Is there public comment on the motion to continue? Sir, no. On the motion, sir, you're a party in interest.
I supported the party.
Sir, no, sir. You spoke in support of the complainant. Therefore, you're not permitted public comment. Sir,
I'm in support of it.
You're in support of the motion to continue.
Clarification, just a little bit more.
Thank you. Further public comment on the motion to continue. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
On motion to continue this, Member Kneber? No. Kneber, no. Member Wolf?
Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams? Aye. Williams, aye. Member Cawthon? Aye. Cawthon, aye. Member Manny? Aye. Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Kneber? I'm sorry. Member Nee?
No.
Member Nee, no. Mr. Chair, we have
7 ayes, 2 noes.
7 ayes and 2 noes.
Matter is continued until the next regular meeting, October 26th. Thank both sides for attending.
Mr. Chair,
Member,
I just want to
Member
make a
Wolf.
notice. I don't feel like this microphone is loud enough, so I'm overcompensating. So I hope people don't think I'm yelling at them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all.
May I address the chair?
Regarding?
For one thing, if any lawyers are going to make opinions, I would rather they be here for the whole arguments rather than getting partial arguments as far as inserting the three lawyers, the three attorneys that had opinions. I'm not sure that they're aware that we're a self-funded program. I'm not sure that they're aware of all the intricacies of our program. So I think if they're going to make an opinion and it's going to be introduced, they should be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This takes us back to item number 15, Tilden against the Recreation and Park Department. We have heard from the complainant. Is the respondent present? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, task force members. Thank you for this opportunity. On July 25th of this year, the claimant, Mr. Tilden, submitted a request to the Recreation and Parks Department to receive the proposal to a department-issued RFQ from the Ortega Family Enterprises. On July 27th of this year, the department responded to Mr. Tilden, informing him that pursuant to Section 67.24E1 of the San Francisco Administrative Code, such documentation was not a public record, or the department was not required to make such information public until the completion of the contracting process, until the final lease award is made, which in the case of this contract is when the Board of Supervisors grants final approval of the lease. Task force members, you may remember that a similar issue was before us. Actually, the same exact issue was brought forward by another claimant earlier this summer, and the department found that, and the task force found that the department did act they did respond according to the Sunshine Code in not releasing that information at that time. Additionally, this claimant has alleged that as this is an RFQ and not an RFP, that the provisions of the relevant section of the Sunshine Ordinance does not apply to this Sunshine request. Before the department responded to the claimant's Sunshine request, we consulted with our city attorney, who informed us that RFQs are, for the purposes of this code section, that RFQs and RFQs, RFIs, as well as other competitive selection processes that RFPs would include those competitive selection processes. And this is, again, consistent with what this task force found on the earlier allegation of a Sunshine violation, which was Dumont versus the Recreation and Parks Department. So we feel that we've responded accordingly. We provided full statutory citation of the authority to not disclose the information at that time, and would respectfully request that the allegation not be upheld.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Wolf.
And I apologize for not requesting this sooner. In the case of Crossman versus Department of Technology, this was a similar case with regards to the release of information regarding the Earthlink Google Wi-Fi wireless contract and the RFPs that happened through there. And that came before us, and it was very definitive with regards to the separation of the RFQ to the RFP. And I'm sorry, I don't recall because it's got to be, 4 years, I think, or so, since that case came up. And unfortunately, we don't have a readily available database that I can access that information for. So I believe that that this issue has come up before the task force. I don't want to create new positions that we have already taken a position on that has already gone through formal discussions, specifically with city attorney representation, legal representation, counsel being here, having also heard and gone through this. I'm also going to ask that this be continued so we can get that information, so that way you have kind of a pro forma to refer to, and if there is any, based upon that case, any differences, we can discuss what those differences are. But I don't think we should re-adjudicate something that has come before us before that was kind of a landmark case in recent years for us.
Further discussion? Member Cawthon?
I asked DCA Clark her opinion, and her opinion was that documents that are it said that documents that may be withheld include all until the contract is awarded, include all communications. So the RFQ, she felt, fell under that rubric. So she felt that the position of Rec Park was correct.
Mr. Kinsey, could you approach, please? During his testimony earlier this evening, the complainant, Mr. Tilden, said that parts of the Ortega response to your RFQ were leaked to the public. Do you happen to know to whom and how that occurred?
The Ortega family individually leaked some of that information to the public, to, I believe, a couple of blogs. I forget the ones, but that was not done by any city employees. That was done by the Ortegas themselves.
It was not. Okay, now has the for this particular contract, has that contract yet been awarded?
No, it has not.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Okay, at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes to present any concluding or rebutting remarks. Mr. Kinsey? Mr. Kinsey and then Mr. Tilden.
Again, task force members, thank you. We would say that you've already weighed in on this exact matter. The exact same complaint was before you, put forward by another party less than 2 months ago. The department acted in accordance with the direction that frankly, this task force gave us 2 months ago. We would ask for this not to be continued. We think that the precedent where we were essentially directed by this task force of how to respond to these complaints, where our actions were upheld, we think it would now be. We think that there's no reason why this can't go forward right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tilden, you have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. And, sir, I want to apologize for the way this has proceeded in fits and starts. I know it's probably an inconvenience to both parties.
Basically, this whole issue goes beyond RFQs, RFPs. It's a whole issue of sunshine. This is such a dramatic change since the late 1800s of the use of the Stowe Lake Boathouse that every piece of this needs to be sunshined and not just selective pieces. Let me give you an example. Nick reported in writing to the Park Commission that the Ortegas had 22 years of accident and incident-free experience managing, and I use that word managing, the Carlsbad Cruise lines. You go on the blog, go onto Google, and it states, Carlsbad Cruise Lines has been owned and operated for many years by the friendly Bolzano family. Now, this is just one discrepancy that's come up. What happened? Then, they're going to be their partners. This document in writing to the Park Commission says they managed, and that is in writing. It does not say that they're going to be their partners. Therefore, this basic document that started this whole evolution, this response to the RFP, needs to be sunshined, because what you're doing, or what San Francisco, what Park and Rec is doing, is changing a traditional use of a facility that was built in the late, not this boathouse, but Stoll Lake, in the late 1800s. The first boathouse burnt down. The second boathouse, my father paid for the plans. It was built in about 1950. And the snack bar was never in the first boathouse. The second boathouse, it was an afterthought. It was about 10-15% of the building. Now it's going to be 50% of the building. Boats, we have 85 boats now. They're proposing 50 boats, but they'll increase them if need be. We know what the need is. We're running the operation. It needs 85 boats, not, if need be, for 50 boats. So this is such a dramatic change in what's happening in San Francisco. The issue needs to be sunshined and not debated whether it's an RFP, RFQ, what they can say. It's a much, much broader issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Member Chan, Member Washburn.
I believe that Mr. Kingsley is right. I think we have a couple of, I think it was like last year, something with the RFQ that is related to, I mean, it's not related, but it's similar to what he said. I believe, but I don't.
Dumont versus Park and Rec. 3 months ago. I believe the case would be Dumont versus Park and Rec.
Member Washburn, Member Cawthon.
Right, I was reviewing the minutes from June, which is when we heard the Dumont case. And we actually found a violation for failure to cite the specific statutory authority for withholding the information. But one thing that came up was this issue of the ordinance specifically speaks to RFPs but not RFQs. And remember, in the minutes it states that, Cherney said that the question is, do RFQs fall under all other records of communications between the department and persons or firms seeking contracts as mentioned in Section 67.24E1. And Member Snyder said the second part of Section 67.24E1 does not prohibit the release of information. In plain English, he said it would mean to say that a department can release the information at any stage of the process, but must release it at the end of the selection process. So it was my recollection that, if you looked at the letter of the ordinance, then Rec and Park was, not in violation. But the spirit is for sunshine that they're not prohibited from releasing this information. So I think that's the issue here, that we have a Rec and Park Commission that historically has had a very public process, and now for whatever the politics of this particular new lease are using the letter of the ordinance to prevent full sunshine on the matter. So does my interpretation match everybody's memory of what we talked about that night?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Member Cawthon, Member Wolf.
That would be my view also, that legally The information can be withheld, but in the spirit of sunshine, it does not have to, and I wish our rec park would release this information before the contract is awarded. However, 67.24E1, as Member Washburn said, does give the department the right to exclude until the contract is awarded contracts, contractors' bids, responses to requests for proposals, and all of the records of communication. And I do think that an RFQ, as DCA Clark said, an RFQ would come under the rubric of all other communications. But I think if we find that there's no violation, we should also urge Rec Park to be more open in its communication with the people who are trying to get contracts.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, I do. Having reread the minutes, I do remember this particular case. My concern about this is that the RFQ, while the city may consider it part of the RFP process, the law is specific to the RFP process, to the RFP, period, not necessarily the RFP part of the process from the point that the request for proposals be sent out. The purpose of an RFQ, and I think Mr. Kinsey will agree with me, is to determine who is qualified to actually receive an RFP. Is that correct?
Mr. Kinsey?
That's actually not quite correct.
Please enlighten us.
Wolf. It's a different form of a competitive bidding process. Essentially, you're in an RFQ, you're soliciting a qualified partner with whom you can jointly develop a proposal. In an RFP, you're requesting a proposal from obviously as well a qualified individual. So there will not be a future RFP on this proposal. This is the RFQ was the entire competitive selection process.
So you didn't provide an RFP?
We do not know.
So you used the RFQ as your RFP process?
Absolutely, and that's something that is quite standard throughout city contracting, that is done as one of the options, absolutely.
Okay, is my understanding, and I will have to double check on this, that the Local Area Formation Commission, LAFCO, had had issued an RFQ for a number of contractors and received back what they found to be, through their scoring, a list of what they felt were qualified contractors. An RFP was then presented to each of those contractors that they felt were qualified to do the job. The RFP was a proposal for how much you're going to charge us to do this, and then the commission was then went under deliberations. That is the RFP process. But the RFQ is not.
You're absolutely right, task force member. On some very large deals, the new Transbank Tower 1 deal is another example. There is an RFQ to determine who can respond to the RFP, but city contracting law allows departments to either enter into solely an RFQ or solely an RFP as well, as it being a third option to do the RFQ and then allow the selected respondents to the RFQ to participate in the RFP.
Do you have a section of administrative code that specifies that?
I don't have that with me.
Okay. I feel uncomfortable to adjudicate any of this without that specific knowledge, because they specify in the law an RFP. And it doesn't say that an RFP process includes qualification process or any other, or even a request for a quote, which is also called an RFQ. There are other requests that could be part of a process. I don't see anything in our evidence here that describes exactly what is inclusive of the RFP and what is exclusive of the RFP. And that was the reason why I brought up Crossman versus Department of Technology, because that was one of the specific points, was to determine whether the people who are going to receive the RFP were actually qualified to actually produce or be able to produce the product, produce the actual service or not. And why should we issue and give them the opportunity to compete if they aren't even qualified? So the point here is and I understand what you're saying. That you made your selection of the one and only, and that was the one you're going to issue an RFP with. If the RFP wasn't met with your satisfaction and you couldn't negotiate with them, then what? See, that becomes, what is the process for the RFP at that point? Furthermore, in 6724E, thank you, Mr. Kinsey, appreciate it. In 6724E1, in the second, in the middle, starting with the word immediately, it says immediately after any review or evaluation of rating or responses to a request for proposal has been completed, evaluation forms and score sheets and any other documents used by persons in the RFP evaluation or contractor selection process shall be available for public inspection. Now, this isn't after it's been awarded. This is immediately after a review or evaluation or rating of responses to an RFP. Mr. Kinsey stated that they are using, in this particular case, the RFQ as their RFP process. So if we equate them to be one and the same, then any evaluations with regards to any part of this process would have to be immediately available for review. It shall be made available for public inspection. Okay, that's exclusive of the award, because Mr. Tilden is not asking for the information of the award, of what the deliberations were with regards to the award. He's looking for the RFQ process, the process by which you make an evaluation to determine if a person is going to be given an RFP. And that is exactly what it says in here in black and white. I don't think that can be refuted.
Member Johnson?
Mr. Kinsey, what the RFQs, were they rated or scored by a committee? I believe that our Dumont case was about the committee.
Yeah, the RFQ was scored by a committee, and immediately upon the finalization of their results, all of that information that Task Force Member Wolf just described was released to the public. It was posted on our website. It was sent to not Mr. Tilden, but Mr. McClellan, his nephew, who's the current operator out there. It was sent to the other two respondents, as well as Ms. Dumont, the members of her Boathouse Coalition, and other people that had expressed an interest in the case. So I would say inarguably,
it was all the information that the scorers used?
That was the scoring rubric, the aggregated scores of the 5 respondents, as well as their individual scoring sheets with comments. So,
but you didn't release the information that they looked at.
The proposals, well, no, Section 67.24E1, I think, goes on to say that the proposals are the departments. I don't have the language in front of me, but essentially, the department shall not be required to disclose the proposals until final award has been made.
But a scoring has been completed.
Yes.
Okay.
Member Wolf?
At 6724E states contracts, contractors' bids, responses to requests for proposals, and all other records of communications. Communications mean like emails, phone calls, things like that. Okay, between the department and persons or firms seeking contracts shall be open inspection immediately after the contract has been awarded. Okay, this is not the scoring process. Okay, this is the contract, the contractor's bids, so that's what they would respond to the RFP for, and then the responses to the requests. Okay, that should not be available because that would basically disrupt or kind of violate the whole competitive process, correct? But the review or the evaluation needs to be open. Actually, in the last sentence of 6724E1, it says the names of scorers, graders, or evaluators along with their individual ratings, comments, and score sheets or comments on related documents shall be made immediately available after review or evaluation of an RFP has been completed. Okay, it doesn't say award, after the award.
And that documentation was made public.
Okay, Mr. Tilden?
I have to admit to you, I have a little hearing impediment, and I have not heard some of this debate. The portion I did hear was that, yes, the evaluations were disclosed to us properly. The scoring sheets were disclosed. But the information on which those scores are based has not been disclosed, and that's what we're after. What did Ortega say in his document that resulted in the scoring? The scores are meaningless.
I got you. Mr. Kinsey?
Please step away, Mr. Tilden.
Just step aside.
Step aside.
Mr. Tilden. Mr. Kinsey, did you provide these other items that the ordinance suggests? Individual ratings, comments, score sheets, or comments on related documents?
Absolutely.
Mr. Tilden, you say you didn't get that information? You did get that information?
Pardon me, with the question again, please.
So the ordinance says that the names of the scorers, graders, or evaluators, along with their individual ratings, you follow me? The individual ratings,
Yes.
comments, and score sheets or comments on related documents shall be made immediately available for the review or evaluation of an RFP has been completed. Did you receive those comments?
Did not receive the related documents. We received the score sheets that each individual scorer used. They have put points for a whole series of categories, everything from experienced, financial, proposal, what they're going to do, how many boats they're going to put in. But it said, but we did not receive anything that they received to make that evaluation. We have not seen anything.
Well, all it says is comments on related documents, not the related documents.
The comments are very cryptic. They're one little sentence.
I understand that, but the law specifically says comments on related documents. Doesn't say that the related documents can be made available.
No, there were no comments on the documents. The only comments were, I like this or I don't like this. The comments,
I know, but that's all the comments that were made.
Yes.
So you're asking for the verbal?
No, we are asking for the document that they read to make the comments off of. The controlling document, the very first document, which was the response to the RFQ, that document is what we're looking for. We need to see what it said to be able to make any kind of coherent testimony at the commission meeting or at the supervisors meeting. We are in the dark. All we know is what a group of panelists evaluated.
Okay, so the only other thing I can see here is in the sentence before it says, and any other documents used by persons in the RFP evaluation or contractor selection process. Okay?
Well, any other documents means
that's the only thing I can
the
see that
response
would
to the RFQ would be the other document.
That would seem to relate to that.
And that's the piece of the puzzle.
So can you tell us exactly which piece of information you're looking for again? Which document you are looking for?
The specific document that we are looking for is the response to the RFQ that was submitted by the Ortega Group.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Member Kneber.
Just from reading, I understand Member Wolf's trying to parse through this to find it. I still think at base that the Parks and Recs Department does. The RFQ here is the same thing as an RFP. I don't think that they have to give it up until the end. They gave up everything that is required of them under this ordinance. So I would move that we find no violation.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion, Member Johnson.
I reluctantly have to agree with Member Chan. Based on in the Dumont case, Member Snyder had had the conversation that it says they shall be open to inspection immediately after. So there's no requirement for them to turn over the documents until after. There's a requirement that they do afterwards, and there's nothing that says that they couldn't, but there's nothing that requires them to turn it over before it's awarded.
Member Wolf and Member Knever, Member Cawthon.
I'm going to vote no on this for this reason. I do not believe that the bar or the evidence has been shown that the process that the Rec and Park Department is using is correct or valid. There is a specific RFP process that is to be used. It is a form pro forma across the city, and until I see some administrative code, some policy that the Board of Supervisors have passed, something that relates to how it's supposed to be done. Because otherwise people will just do willy-nilly. And that's not the way the city government works. It works by policy. It works by process. And it has to be fair to everybody, especially people who want to do business with the city. So if they're circumventing the actual RFP process, the way I know it, and I've been through it a few times with the PUC and with Department of Technology, and those are completely different departments. They don't even communicate with each other, really. They do it exactly the same way because that's the way they're told that it has to be done. I do not believe that this is correct process. And unless somebody tells me otherwise or shows me a document that says that you can skip an RFQ and not do an RFQ, you go straight to an RFP, then that would be the way. RFQ is a very specific process. It's not one and the same as an RFP. So I'm voting no.
Could you repeat how you know the process?
I know the process from contracts.
What it is, how it works?
So essentially, in some cases, an RFQ is put out to determine the qualifications of a contractor. Do they have the capacity to be able to do the job? Do they have the expertise to be able to do? It's all about whether they're qualified to do the job. Once that evaluation is done, then an RFP is then sent to those individuals. It's the opportunity for the person issuing the contract to be able to determine who exactly they want bids from. So, I'm not gonna give a bid to somebody who's a first-year plumber. It's just going through training because they're not qualified. So I'm going to exclude them. I'm going to disqualify them. Disqualify. I'm not going to give them an RFP. I'm not giving them an opportunity for it. So that's the purpose of an RFQ. RFP is like you could just throw out an RFP and then determine based upon the RFP whether the bid, you're looking at the bid, you're not even looking at qualifications. You're looking at what are they going to charge us? This is how we plan on doing it. This is how much time it's going to take to get done. This is how much it's going to cost you. Okay? And then it's a highly secretive process so that nobody can undercut each other. Okay? I've seen it violated many times when I lived in New York. But that's really the thing. So that's why I'm very confused with Rec and Park's position, not necessarily Mr. Kinsey's position. He's just here speaking on behalf of them. But Rec and Park's position that they can use the RFQ process as the RFP process because I don't see any evidence from the administrator's office, the city administrator's office, that is proper. So that's why I'm voting no. Okay. If I haven't changed your mind and we continue on with this, I'm going to investigate this further myself And at the next meeting, I'm going to report back whether we adjudicated this properly or not. Thank you.
Member Washburn?
I tend to agree with Member Wolf's assessment here. I've had many years ago was part of an RFP process with Rec and Park. It involved the beach chalet. If anybody wants to hear quite a saga, you can corner me afterwards. But and just other organizations I've been involved with, and yeah, this using the RFQ process as an RFP is seems like you're short-circuiting a really important part of the process. That you can sort of cherry pick who you want to do business with and shut out other folks. And it sure does seem like a different way to do business than the city ought to be doing business. And as Mr. Tilden says, has been the case in the past with this historic enterprise. So I'm going to vote no as well. And I think we need to, as a task force, figure out what's really going on here, because we'll be amending our ordinance, and this might be, something that we really want to tighten up. And so those are my thoughts.
Member Cawthon, Member Williams.
I'm fully in sympathy with Mr. Tilden. I just don't think the legal basis is there in terms of what the ordinance says in 67.24E1. However, whatever way we rule on this, I would urge that we attach a caveat asking the department to return to its more open form of providing documentation during the negotiation period.
Member Williams?
Yes.
Microphone, please.
I concur with Member Washburn, and especially with Bruce Wolf. It's been a big change, and working with nonprofits. And the city, this is the way they do these things. RFQs to get who they want, and then to put out the RFP. So it's a difference in them. So we should look a little further. I concur with him. We need to go a little deeper into this, because they narrow these things down, and really, to tell the truth, they know who they want when they put the RFP out. They already figured that out already.
Is there public comment on the motion?
Yes, there's public comment after being here for 4 hours, and I
Thank you for your patience.
Compliment you on your patience.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Pinky Kushner, I do think that there is an issue about RFP versus RFQ. And in order to find out, I searched the administrative code where I might find this listed. And I can tell you that the Arts Commission, San Francisco Unified School District, Planning, DPW, those were the main ones that I found, use RFQs significantly. They are used invariably to narrow the number of RFPs that they receive. So, for example, it is an evaluation of qualification to see whether or not a party might be bonded, whether or not they might be experienced, as Member Wolf has said. So I did, in the Administrative Code section 6.61, it is DPW. It refers to an RFQ as a pre-RFP process. And that's a direct quote. An RFQ is a pre-RFP process. To me, the whole business of calling this an RFQ instead of an RFP is to exclude the opposition under secrecy and not allow sunshine to take place. Furthermore, Section 67.24, Section A, says draft versions of an agreement being negotiated by representatives of the city with some other party need not be disclosed immediately on creation, but must be preserved and made public it must be made available for public review 10 days prior to the presentation of the agreement for approval by a policy body. The Rec and Park Commission is such a policy body. There is no exception to this. There are a few exceptions for health reasons. For instance, if the RFQ, if the agreement, if the document would disclose some health issues, that would be a reason. If there were franchise agreements, there are other reasons why it can't be disclosed. But generally, the beginning of your section 67.24, begins by saying that this agreement must be made public and by 10 days prior. If there is any reason why it can't be made public, the policy body may postpone public access to the final draft agreement, which would be the acceptance of an individual in the RFQ process. So I think that you have your work cut out for you, and you need to censure RPD. This is what they've been doing over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this matter? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion. Chair would like to make one comment, or a few comments. First of all, with some sympathy toward the complainant, I tend to agree that the legal basis for our finding violation is not there. I think the RFQs do fall under that category of other communications. Second, 67.24E1 does not prohibit disclosure. It merely says it's not required. And I would urge a couple of things of the Recreation and Park Commission and the department going forward. Number one, if there is a way of being more open with your records without compromising the competitive bidding process, I would strongly urge that you put that in place. Second, if you have not already done so, develop a set of written policies regarding disclosure of all information pertaining to RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, etc. Make those public. And the reason I urge development and implementation of those is to avoid the possibility, or at least reduce the possibility, of discrimination in release of the records. Because again, release of the records is not prohibited, it is merely not required. And somebody might take it upon himself to release information to somebody, but maybe not to somebody else because, there might be some favoritism involved there. So it's a good idea to develop such policies, make sure that all employees, all personnel are familiar with those policies, and post those, make those policies public. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn.
Motion is to find no violation.
No.
Washburn, no. Member Caneva.
Yes.
Caneva, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
No.
Johnson, no. Member Williams.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny.
No.
Manny, no. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 5 ayes and 4 noes.
The motion fails. Is there any...
Move to continue to next meeting.
There is a motion to continue. Is there a second?
I second it.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on the motion to continue? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
Ask a question.
Member Cawthon.
To Member Wolf, through the chair. Could you give me the reason why you want to continue it?
I think I was, I'll repeat it again. I feel that there are some questions as to the process that the Rec and Park Department has taken with regards to the RFQ, RFP issue. I think a member of the public that had brought to light 6724A with regards to draft agreements with the city and any party that must be made available at least 10 days before. I think it says at least 10 days before they're set to make any decision on it. I think there are a number of issues that we just don't know about, and I think it's a lot of it right now without any documentation is hearsay. And I think we need to find out exactly whether all departments in the city must follow a pro forma administrative process with regards to RFP, RFQ, RFP, anything in between, or whether they're free to be able to adjust the process as they feel it's needed at their own discretion. So that's why I think this is important, because RFPs happen every day in the city. And, the fact that this one has come before us, even with the Dumont case, which is slightly different, and the reasons for that were slightly different. I think also with regards, I want to go back and read the transcripts for Crossman versus Department of Technology. I think that also has a lot of information, and then review the two RFP processes that I've been following with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission and the Department of Technology on other contracts.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Knebber.
Can you repeat the motion again?
Motion is to continue.
No.
Knebber, no. Member Wolf.
Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
No.
Chan, no. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams.
Yes.
Williams, aye. Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Manny. No. Manny, no. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Nee.
No.
Nee, no. Mr. Chair, we have 4 ayes and 4 noes. No, I'm sorry. 5 ayes and 4 noes.
Motion fails. Is there a further motion? This matter is concluded. Thank you both for attending.
We won't be hearing anything more about it.
Chair will declare a 5-minute recess. We are back in session. Before we move on, the chair wishes to reverse a finding on the previous item, item 15. On the motion to continue, this was a procedural motion, and as such, the six-vote majority here is not required. On a procedural matter, only a simple majority of those present is required for passage. Therefore, the chair will declare that the motion to continue has passed.
Oh, good.
So this matter is not concluded. It will continue to be brought back at our meeting of October 26th. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
The next item is item number 10, which is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Joseph Victor Lagana against the police department for not releasing computer-assisted dispatch records pertaining to a 2008 arrest case.
Is there a motion to...
I move we find jurisdiction.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on the jurisdiction question? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Chan.
Member Chan on jurisdiction.
Finding jurisdiction.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Member Cawthon? Cawthon, aye. Member Manny? Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva?
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 9 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to the merits. Is Mr. Lagana present? I'm sorry, I mispronounced you.
I got in elementary school by my elementary teacher all the time.
Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. It seems that they're placing blame elsewhere and this giving me the runaround, the sidetrack all the time. There's no other person in here other than the SFPD legal man that was here at the last hearing. And also, I would like to touch note under federal and California evidence rules in this book. It states, statement of absence of public record, evidence of a writing made by a public employee who is official custodian of the records in a public office reciting diligent search and failure to find a record is not made inadmissible by hearsay rule. So basically saying that the city attorney, Deputy City Attorney Andrew Geschwin, I requested CAD transcripts to him in a form of an interrogatory roughly about 1.5 years ago in the United States District Court, which is a discovery request to him, and he continuously acts oblivious to what CAD transcripts are. SFPD legal, I can't say exactly who it was, but they said he should know what CAD transcripts are. So he acts oblivious to these things. And let me even touch further on, before I even submit my true piece of evidence of what's been going on, of needless delay. Relevant evidence means evidence any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the fact more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. Rule 401 of the federal courts. On to Rule 404. Other crimes and wrongs or acts. Evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not inadmissible. Or further on to, it may, however, be admissible for other purposes such as proof of motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident. Then further on, we will go to habit, routine, practice. Evidence of the habit of a person or the routine practice of an organization, whether corroborated or not, regardless of the presence of a witness, is relevant to prove that the conduct of the person or organization on a particular occasion was in conformity with a habit or routine practice. I was placed in the custody of the police following my meeting here on September 14th. I was placed in the custody of Alameda County Jail and Alameda Police Department. Unlawfully arrested me, fabricated evidence. San Francisco Police Officers Association, once they were out as a defendant, I got constantly harassed by Alameda Police. This is cooperation, this is racketeering, this is multiple agencies working together. My local police department, I lived there for 1.5 years with no problems. Why is it that when I add San Francisco Police Officers Association as defendants, I get all this harassment by San Francisco Police Officers Association, Alameda Police Department? And I filed this motion here, and which I will present later, but main purpose to be said is that these exhibits showing what the charges were, crazy, insane felony charges with no evidence other than a butane packet saying that I'm trying to make bombs or Molotov cocktails with one witness that was made up, and I had to take a deal on it. I'm not going to go into exactly details of the deals, but this has been adjudicated. It's over and done. I'm free. I was looking at 8 years, they're telling me, and this was so that I could not make it today. This was to delay me as much as possible. If I had a jury trial, the case would have been dismissed, but you wouldn't see me in here until probably November or December. Felony counts, and making a stay-away order that I can't even talk to my daughter, and even the judge in the courtroom said that I had $500,000 bail, and that's unbelievable. Even the judge that finalized that I was able to be released and be here today, I just got out of jail yesterday. And then this is to show a flyer that I posted in my window at my residence after the arrest by Alameda Police and before. And this was in the window. And this has been posted all over San Francisco and in Oakland. This has been around about 4 months that I've had this, circulating this. And that being said, that's the most I can say, that needless delay as much as possible, giving me the runaround to get these CAD transcripts, which will prove what happened. Mainly, the main thing I was saying in those reports too, they said that I had contacted a Subway delivery person. Subway doesn't even have delivery people. They're trying to, those CAD transcripts will prove that I was in no means or whatsoever trying to get help of police officers, and instead I was beaten, choked by this officer. And he is on the board of directors at San Francisco Police Officers Association. I just found this out before even filing a complaint yet. I haven't even submitted this to the court yet to actually know he's on the board of directors of San Francisco Police Officers Association. And that's pretty much all I can say.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present?
This is filed in the Superior Court.
Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the task force. My name is Simon Silverman. I'm a lieutenant in the San Francisco Police Department, and I'm currently the commanding officer of the department's legal division. I guess I'd begin by just clarifying what a CAD record is. CAD stands for Computer Aided Dispatch. And what a CAD record is, it's a dispatch log. And these dispatch logs are created and maintained by dispatchers who are employees of the city's Department of Emergency Management, which is a distinct department and is not part of the police department. The dispatchers are not employees of the police department. It's a separate city agency, does not report to the police commission, is not under the control of the San Francisco Police Department. They also dispatch for the fire department, for emergency medical services, etc. So quite simply, the San Francisco Police Department is not the custodian of the record of a CAD. A CAD is not one of our records. It's related to police calls, as it may be related to fire calls or to medical calls, but it is not a record maintained by the San Francisco Police Department. And in support of that, I hope you'll indulge me for a second. I brought a few exhibits. So this here is from the city's index of records for the Emergency Communications Department. And as you'll see on page 2 there, it says CAD complaint records. This is printed from the city website for index of records. This is the police department's index of records, and nowhere on here are CAD reports listed. Furthermore, when people do come to the police department, sometimes they come to us seeking CAD records. And this is a picture I took yesterday at the main window where people request police reports in the police department. And as you can see, it says, "We do not have CAD reports." And it refers people to the Department of Emergency Management. The department has no record, at least the legal division has no record of Mr. Lagana making a request to us for CAD records. And I feel certain that had he made a request to the legal division for CAD records, we would simply have explained to him that we're not the custodian of records and would have referred him to the Department of Emergency Management. And in fact, in the city attorney's memo to this task force, under contested facts on the second page, he actually points out that the task force administrator suggested to Mr. Lagana that he request the CAD records from Emergency Management, as that agency may be the actual custodian of CAD records, but Mr. Lagana responded that he was not interested in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Mr. Silverman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Silverman. Just a quick question. Does the police department regularly, or even on occasion, request records request CAD records from the OEM?
Yes and no. We have the ability to see parts of those records. So we have some access to their databases, just as we, for instance, would have access to the Department of Motor Vehicles database to look at a driver's license record. So yes, we do sometimes see them and sometimes print them. I don't know if we did that in this particular case. When we're looking for an official record, a certified record, for instance, if we were to enter it as evidence in a criminal case or a civil case, we would actually request an official certified copy from the Department of Emergency Management.
But you don't maybe get those records on a regular basis, say, for budgeting purposes? You know, if, say, the police department is going to the Board of Supervisors to request an annual budget, they might say, well, here's a record of our computer-assisted dispatches for fiscal year 2009-2010 to show you that we need, this kind of money for emergency response.
I'm not positive in that particular case, but it seems reasonable that we might rely on at least aggregate statistics.
Okay. When Mr. Lagana asked to see the records, did you refer him to OEM?
Well, again, I have no facts and evidence that Mr. Lagana ever asked the City of San Francisco's police department to see those records. In fact, in his statement here tonight, he seems to be referring to a conversation that he had with the city attorney. So I'm unclear that there's even any evidence that he requested these records from the police department and that there was any denial or failure to disclose them.
Okay. When did you become aware of the complaint?
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Did you attempt to contact Mr. Lagana about this and suggest that perhaps he go to OEM?
I did not. Mr. Lagana is a litigant. He's suing the San Francisco Police Department, or he's suing the city as an entity of and the police department as an entity of the city. So it would be improper of me to approach him. He's in pro per. It would be improper of me as a representative of the department to approach him. I think that at its heart, that's what this is about. What he really seeks is probably best characterized as discovery in a lawsuit, although that's neither here nor there for us as far as disclosing public records. If it's a public record, it's a public record. But as I say, in this case, it's not our public record. We're not the custodian of this record.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Member Wolf?
Lieutenant Silverman. Are you, before coming here tonight, did you familiarize yourself with Mr. Lagana's case file in your possession?
No.
So you don't know if a CAD record is in there or not?
I do not.
Okay. If a CAD record had been contained in there and he did make a request for a CAD record, would you give it to him?
Well, again, I don't think it would be proper because I'm not the custodian of that record.
If you have it in your possession, you're a custodian.
Okay, well, my understanding would be that the best thing would be for a true, accurate, and complete copy of that record, we would need to go to the Department of Emergency Management and get it.
I understand that.
We may not have that. And the analogy I can give you is, the police department has access, say, to an FBI rap sheet. And so we may well have in a case file somewhere an FBI rap sheet. But before we would offer that into court as evidence, as a hard fact, we would actually get a certified copy of that rap sheet so that we can be sure that it's the best, most accurate, complete, and true record.
I understand, and I would agree with you. We've had many times where there are two different agencies or departments that have documents. Sometimes they don't corroborate. One is an older one is a newer one. Somebody changed something and didn't notify somebody else, and so either way, whoever has possession of whatever they have, relating to the request should be made available for that particular purpose, so that the member of the public or the requester has the ability to corroborate what could be two different documents for the same issue.
Correct. But again, I'd like to reiterate, I have no facts and evidence that suggest that Mr. Lagana ever made a request of the police department for that record.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lagana? Thank you. You can step aside. Mr. Lagana?
Okay, pursuant...
Wait, before you, let me
sorry.
ask you a question first, okay? Did you make a request of the police department?
Yes, pursuant to California...
When was this made?
Yes, I've actually... That sign was not there 2 years ago when I actually filled out a little form twice already. And I don't know, they may act like that just disappeared. But either way...
When is your complaint... What period of time are you making this complaint about?
Okay, well, this was in June 13, 2008 that I was arrested on this arrest. And I went there maybe around July.
Are you asking
and
for a
that sign that he took a picture of was not there 2 years ago.
Sir, you have to let me lead the conversation here.
Yes, sir.
You had your opportunity to give us the whole story. Now it's my turn, okay? Please let me lead. We'll get to every single piece of information you want to talk about. But we got to follow a certain line of process here. The complaint you're asking for is a CAD report that you did not receive from the police department, okay? When did you make the request?
On or around July or August of 2008.
Okay.
Twice.
Do you have a copy of that request?
No.
Okay. What date are you looking for the CAD report for?
June 13, 2008. But let me go further as to say that I filed a pitches motion in the United States District Court.
We can't, it's irrelevant.
No, it is relevant because California Evidence Code 1043, I asked for the CAD transcripts in a motion.
Mr. Lagana, you will please limit your responses to the questions.
Okay, we're specifically looking at the Sunshine Ordinance. Any other body of law doesn't apply except for the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act. That is it. Okay? So our scope for what we can, quote-unquote, adjudicate for here is specific to that body of law. Any other law that you introduce to us doesn't apply. We can't follow it.
But, sir, if I can further say that, am I forced to use a special form when it's a pitches motion requesting CAD transcripts and was served on SFPD Legal back in 2009.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply.
So, but he's saying it's never been requested. It was requested. Where's Deputy City Andrew Geschwin? And before he's saying the same exact thing that he said on September 14th, why isn't the emergency records people here then?
Because your complaint
this is needless delay.
Sir, Mr. Lagana, your complaint specifically states police department. Does not specify emergency services. It does not specify the city attorney or district attorney's office.
But I articulated that in the description of the incidents.
We follow.
Regardless of that fact, I asked for it in a pitches motion that was served in a CAD transcript.
Sir, it's not. You have to understand.
Mr. Lagana, you will limit your remarks to answering the questions that are asked of you.
I'm done.
Mr. Lagana, please approach the microphone. I have a question. Have you? Are you aware that the CAD records are kept by the Office of Emergency Management?
I was not told this until by Andrew Geschwin, Deputy City Attorney of San Francisco, roughly 3 months ago.
3 months ago. Have you since approached the Office of Emergency Management to request those records?
I called them, and then I've been trying to work it out, but I've been harassed by police in Alameda for the last 3 months. How can I focus on these issues?
Have you asked the Office of Emergency Management for those records? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter.
Yes or no?
I want the blame to be... this isn't about getting the records or not. I'm going to get it eventually. The truth will come out. I want to have them sanctioned for them trying to hide this stuff and make a picture of a CAD saying that we don't do CADs no more when they were doing it 2 years ago.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Further discussion, Member Johnson.
I plead the Fifth Amendment.
Member Johnson.
One question I did have I don't know if it's relevant anymore because of the complainant just said he doesn't care if he gets the records, but I'd like to see you get the records. So through the chair to Mr. Rustum, and then Lieutenant Silverman may may be able to contribute to this. When you told Mr. Lagana, when he said he didn't want to go to the emergency management, your email indicates that we've been told in a similar case that the Office of Emergency Management receives over 1 million calls per year and does not have the capacity to individually identify each request. That's your email?
Yes, that is correct. That is what was stated during one of our hearings by the Office of Emergency Management.
There's a possibility that should the complainant, Lieutenant Summerlin, have you had? You have the sign up there. Have you had complaints that people are unable to receive these documents from the Office of Emergency Management?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because that may have led Mr. Lagana to believe that he was getting more of a runaround. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay.
Further discussion? Okay, at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each get 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. Lieutenant Silverman?
I'll be brief because it's very late.
Microphone, please.
I think in the first place, again, I would just renew my statement that the police department is not the custodian of this record. And secondly, that even if the police department had such a record in their file, there's absolutely no evidence that a request for this record was ever made to the police department, other than the complainant's rather sketchy recollection that sometime in June or July he may have made a request. There's certainly no record of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lagana? You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, like I said before, and I've already said as much as I can say, I'm very tired, I'm hungry. Last thing to be said is that why should I have to be forced to use that form when I was dealing with Deputy City Attorney Andrew Geschwin for a discovery request? I don't need to go through emergency records management for those things when I'm dealing with an attorney for the city of San Francisco and the San Francisco Police Department. He represents the San Francisco Police Department and the officers. He is representing them. I've been asking for these things for 2.5 years. I'm getting the runaround for the longest time. I sat in jail probably because I brought this to the attention to the Sunshine Ordinance Committee. I would have put it past me, and it will come out in federal court because there's discovery. And I had FBI tell me that the Alameda Police and the SFPOA and the SFPD are working jointly to infringe my constitutional and civil rights. They told me this, okay? They said, we cannot do anything to help you, but they know, okay? And I asked him, are you pulling my leg? And he said, no, I'm serious. That's all I can really say. And I'm not going to elaborate on the length of the conversation because I don't have the time to say everything, but the FBI told me this, okay? And I have legal standing to say that these individuals Alameda Police should be defendants along with the city of San Francisco now, and the city and county of Alameda as well, with DAs that are malicious and judges that maliciously prosecuted me. But regardless of that fact, I asked for these things in a pitches motion a year ago and demanding CAD transcripts and various other things. And it's called a pitches motion, but regardless, it's the discovery request, but in the same token, it's still a request. I shouldn't have to be forced to use a form when I already did it in 2008. Somehow paperwork got lost. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion? There being no motion, this matter is concluded. Thank you both for your attendance. I'm sorry, is there public comment on this matter? Seeing none and seeing Member Williams?
Sir, would you step back up here?
Microphone, please.
Now you need to calm down now. Okay. Listen to what we're saying. Do you have any kind of evidence that you have written them at all and asked for information from the city attorney or from anybody?
Oh, I have mountains of, the case was in the United States District Court.
Okay, no,
that case was a remanded case.
Okay, that's enough. You can
I
stop
do.
right there.
Okay.
You have the documents that you have asked for.
Oh, yes, and it's on
over
file,
a year,
too.
year ago. I don't care what it was about, but you asked for some public information concerning yourself.
Yes.
Did anybody...
And served it.
Did anybody respond back to you at all?
Deputy City Attorney Andrew Geschwin, but the SFPD legal department never responded to the pitches motion.
Okay, how long?
Neither did the
How
district
long-
attorney's office.
Hold on now. How long did it take for them, anybody, to respond to you?
Andrew Geschwin spoke to me in a letter, a response, roughly 2 weeks to a month after me requesting it in the form of an interrogatory, and he said that it was privileged.
Okay, so what you're still looking for some more information that you need?
Yes.
Right.
I have the police reports, but the CADs are missing.
Okay, but you still need this CAD report. You
Yes.
still need that, and that's what you're.
This
looking
is
for
the
now.
damning evidence, and that's why it's so hard for me to get it.
Okay, I know. You're
Everyone else gets their
frustrated.
CADs, why don't
It's
I?
late, But you need to calm down so we can understand. So you're still looking for some information that's out there that you haven't received, that you have asked for.
Yes.
And they have not responded to it.
Yes, and where's Deputy City Attorney Andrew Geschwin regardless that this is an ongoing lawsuit, like he should have an interest in even being
Okay,
here.
I'm not asking about the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Have he responded to your questions
Yes.
about the information?
And then I
Is
spoke-
he going to give you? Did he said he?
We
was
spoke
gonna
on the
give you
phone multiple times
information?
about this too, and then he just
Did
recently.
Wait a minute.
Mhm.
Did he say he was going to give you the information? Did he refer you to somewhere else to get the information?
I've been calling the city attorney's office for the past month and a half to no avail, no calls returns. They're rude to me now, and this hasn't been happening till this was like 2 years ago. They were rude to me. Now they've been nothing but nice, and all of a sudden I get rudeness, and he's on vacation now for like 3 weeks already.
Okay, so you
Vacation.
so there's still some information out there that you need. That's pertinent to your
Last time I talked to him was about the EOM things, and he said that he wanted me to write him a letter request and do it in a requested letter, not go through them, go through him, but we never finalized anything because he never returned any calls after that.
Did you ever write him a letter, or you just talked to him orally?
I've been in and out of jail for the past 3 months and having police harass me, so how can I even focus on these things?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Member Johnson, Member Johnson, then Member Cawthon.
Mr. Lagana?
Mr. Lagana, please approach.
I want you to understand that it is not that we don't believe you or that we don't want to help you. But, for example, when you said, why isn't the deputy city attorney here? Unless you fill out a form that lets Mr. Rustum know to give him notice,
Yes.
he would have no way of...
No, but ma'am, sorry to cut you off.
It's all
I
right.
had in the email that he had gotten notice
But
of this hearing, and actually notified the city attorney's office
Did you
on the
noti-
phone and
did
left
you notice
messages
them?
too.
This...
I've left messages to them.
But it's-
Him and
the thing of it
secretaries.
is that we're, as a commission, I mean, as a board, a
Mhm.
task force, we have to do the noticing for somebody to show up. It's just it's a process.
No,
So-
but I understand. But the thing is, it started with the real responsible party that it started with is SFPD because I requested it on
But
their
the
proper
Sam-
forms in 2008.
Your complaint is only against the police department, and that's why they showed up here. So I'm
Yes.
just trying to get you to understand that if you prepare a form that we can notice them, we can have jurisdiction over it. But we don't have jurisdiction over any of the court documents.
But-
And if the police department is treating everybody equally, that they don't have CADs, we need to be able to give people notice to get them here for you. I mean, we just don't
Yeah.
have any authority. We could say it, but
Uh-huh.
they would have no reason still to show up.
And it's strange to me that that sign about the CADs that they don't provide CADs wasn't there 2 years ago. And I
It-
can say that I'm giving testimony that I remember going into there that there was no sign to that
It
effect.
could be that you're correct, but without like the Office of Emergency Management present, we can't ask them.
But they were supposed to be here today. I was under the impression on September 14th that this was continued so that they could come here today. And now where are they?
Who told you that they would be here today?
Because he came in here repeating the same exact things on September 14th.
Somebody had to tell you for you to come. Who told you to come today?
Yeah, that it was going to be continued, that the jurisdiction would be, or the custodians would be emergency records management, and that they should be coming in and handling this. This was discussed already. It's like, why are we discussing the same things over again?
Because you have to file a formal complaint against them for us to be able to react.
But regardless of that fact, they were served a pitches motion, and it was requested of CAD transcript. No, but
through the chair,
Member Kneber.
Through the chair, what I believe Mr. Lagana is referring to was the complaint committee meeting where we found jurisdiction. We didn't adjudicate the facts and evidence. We just found that we had jurisdiction over it.
Okay.
So this is a completely separate matter.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't a continuance of your meeting. This is a completely separate matter where we see the merits of the case.
Yeah. But I also was going to touch
Excuse
on
me.
note, like I'll eventually get
Mr.
this
Lagana?
Mr. Lagana, I just
We
had a
have a
question.
member
I had
here who
question
has the
for you.
floor.
So has it been established, what you want is the CAD of your arrest, right?
But I also want to have them penalized for it.
Well, wait. But first of all, you have to ask for it properly with a sunshine request. So what would it be like to make a sunshine request to the Office of Emergency Management for the CAD that you want?
Mhm.
Could you do that?
I mean, I don't have a problem doing that, but in the same
then
token,
we can, wait a minute. If you do that, then we can tell them that they have. If they give it to
To
you,
produce
fine.
it.
If they don't, we can say, look, he made the request.
Mhm.
Please let us know why you did not respond.
no, but they were perfectly nice when I first called, but then they said you should go through the deputy city attorney.
Well,
when
obviously
I
it's
talked to
not
them.
working. That's
Yeah.
not working. I would say
Uh-huh.
file a complaint against the Office of Emergency Management.
Mhm.
If they don't, file a request.
Uh-huh.
If they don't give you what you want, file a complaint.
Mhm.
We will have them here, and you guys can face off on it.
But my main concern is that it's like discovery is going to open within 2 to 3 months in the court system, and I could subpoena this stuff. But
Yeah,
the
you
thing,
can't-
the
you want it
same
now,
thing
don't
is,
you?
but the
Don't
thing
you
is,
want
is
it
the
now,
whole.
Mr.
It's not so much
Lugano?
now. The main purpose of me submitting this hearing is not that I'm impatient that I need it immediately, even though I have been waiting so long that I do deserve it. But at the same time, it's like this needs to be announced that they have been duly notified and they're doing whatever they can to avoid handing it over. And why are they doing that? That was the whole purpose of me bringing this to the table with the SFPD involved, because they have been notified. Regardless of a form which actually ended up getting lost, I can tell you, if I'll swear, you can swear me and you can polygraph me, I put those forms in twice, and I requested them twice. Paperwork gets lost. I'm not saying that they might have destroyed it, but paperwork could have got lost. But regardless of that, I asked for it in a document request, basically. If you don't want to talk about motions, that's still a document request. And she served it to the San Francisco Police Department, legal department. We went to SFPD Legal, and it was served, and it mentions requesting CAD transcripts. And the same thing was served on District Attorney's Office as well, San Francisco.
Well,
And the city.
I can really understand your frustration. I'm only telling you that a way that you could get it through this body
Uh-huh.
would be to file a complaint if you can prove that you made an original request.
Mhm.
Or, number two, make another request. If you get no response, file a complaint,
Mhm.
and we will get them here, and you can address them.
But I and the same thing I was
you don't
saying.
want to do it
No,
now,
I
it's up to you.
I agree with that. I
We want you to
appreciate.
have them.
Mr.
Yeah.
Lagana, please, limit your remarks to answering questions from the task force,
So,
please.
That's all I have to say, but we would love to hear your case, but you have to go through the preliminary steps. A, prove that you made the request. B, if you don't get a response, file a complaint with Mr. Rustum here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Williams? Use the microphone, please. Well, but the rest of us have to hear you, and it has to go on the record.
I asked her to write that information, what she gave him down, so he could systematically do it in order, like Sue told him. She's writing it down for him.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, there.
Matters concluded.
Member Chan?
I just wanted them to tell them that we're only a body that gives you information. That's it. You can't come to this body and say, "Oh, penalize them, penalize this department, penalize that department." We don't have the power to do that. If you want to do something, say, "Oh, they're having corruption," right? Go to the media. expose them. But this body only does information.
Further discussion. The chair will again ask, is there a motion? No motion. This matter is concluded. Thank you all for attending. Next item, please.
Item 16 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Brandon Combs against the Sheriff's Department for allegedly withholding documents.
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
I move we find jurisdiction in this matter.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Aye. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Cawthon. Cawthon, aye. Member Manny. Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva.
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 9 ayes.
That takes us to the merits. Is Mr. Combs present, please? Okay. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none. Is the respondent present?
There is no one in the audience.
There's
Mr.
nobody
Chair.
in the audience. There's nobody in the audience. Without objection, we will table this item.
Continue. You want
No, table.
They want to do it, they can be here.
That means it's
Until they bring
indefinite.
it back, until they specifically request to have it put back. Yeah, that's what it means.
Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Next item is the adoption of the 2009-2010 annual report to the Board of Supervisors.
What
Okay.
about the minutes?
I'm sorry?
The minutes
You
were
skipped
supposed to
the
be 2 and 3.
Oh, minutes. Minutes for, yes, we go back to items 2 and 3 now. Could you please call item 2, please?
Item 2 is the approval of July 27, 2010 regular meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
No.
Is there any public discussion, public comment on the minutes?
There's no one in the audience.
Seeing none, public comment is closed. I have a problem with this particular set of minutes. In that set of minutes, items 2 through 6, are merely repeated from the agenda. The discussion and actions on those items are not shown. Also, in item 17, page 28, line 4, item 19, page 29, line 6, I have a question of what does proposed a motion mean? Did the chair or anyone else actually make a motion? Were there a second and a vote? So I would suggest alternate wording if this is the case, if this is an accurate reflection. In both cases, Chair Nee asked if there was a motion to find a violation. None was made. But again, I would say, I would preface that on whether that too would be an accurate reflection.
I'm sorry, where are you reading?
From
7.
item 17 of this is page 28 of our packet, line 4, and again, item 19, page 29 of the packet, line 6. What does proposed a motion mean? Was a motion actually made by myself or anybody? Were there a second? And was there a second? Was there a vote? So I think that this particular set of the minutes, because of these substantive items, are not ready for approval. Without objection, there is a motion on the floor. Without objection, this matter will be continued. Again, there is nobody in the audience section. Mr. Chair, would you read the next item, please?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Clerk, would you read the next item, please?
Next
Sorry,
item.
It's getting late.
Next item is approval of the August 27, no, I believe that's done. Approval of September 7, 2010 special meeting
No,
minutes.
August 24th.
August 24th, 2010.
Number 3.
Is there a motion to approve these minutes? Moved and seconded. Discussion.
I have a couple of
Please.
change.
Member Johnson.
I have a number of typo changes that I can submit. They're not substantive, but I do want to point out that you need to put regular meeting. It's a regular meeting. And then the one substantive change that I would like to add is in item 9, and it's on page 36 of our packet, and it's the BAVAC, the discussion in the BAVAC case. And so there's the 2 full paragraphs, maybe right after where it says Member Wolf, that paragraph. One of the things I thought was important in this case that's totally missing from the minutes is that Member Wolf said that the complainant had a right to get a copy of the contract to compare it, and then the attorney for respondent said to my, admitted that her client does indeed have its own copy and that she had not provided it to complainant. So I would like to put those in there so that it makes sense. It was a real crux of part of the reason we found both.
Okay, that's substantive.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Further discussion. Okay, the chair has a few things. Under the minutes, in item number 10, was there a motion? Was there a vote? What did Mr. Garza say? In item 12, on page 40, item 12, wait a minute, page 39, item 14. Oh, no, this is item 14. I'm sorry, on page 40, starting with line 2, I think. The statement there are statements throughout that paragraph that need attribution to the complainant. So that, again, is substantive. On page 43, the 7th paragraph down, motion to find the SRO task force for holding a meeting. What does that mean?
In violation there.
So that needs to be corrected. Further down, page 44, wait a minute. Item 22, page 45. Item 32, page 47. Under public comment, it says no quorum. I'm wondering if that's correct. This is general public comment. So again, I'm questioning whether that's correct. I don't think these minutes are ready for approval. There are substantive changes needed. Without objection, this matter is continued.
Okay.
I don't know if this is the right time to ask or not, but I keep forgetting. On our website where it says the minutes, it still says 2009. Can we change that to 2010? So many people come in here and complain that it's kind of, if you look on our website, when you click on the full task force, it says like the schedule, those all say 2009 at the top. They're correct, the dates are correct, but the top needs to say 2010.
The title.
In the title. Not the documents, but the actual website title, the actual listing.
Okay, through the chair, I'll have a look.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And
Member Wolf?
also, Mr. Chair, I just also wanted to mention, I don't know if it was mentioned before, for tonight's minutes, none of the attachments were linked. you couldn't download any of the attachments for tonight.
I checked them yesterday.
Did any on my machine? I wasn't. They were just not. There was no links. So
Can you try right
I'll. Can I try right now?
Yeah.
Well, I can try on my cell phone. I have. I don't know if actually I'm dead. I have no batteries. So no, I can't.
But through the chair, I checked it on. I posted it
Okay.
on Thursday. Checked it Friday. Checked it yesterday.
Could have been the machine I was on, but I'll check it when I get home. Thanks.
Okay, I believe item 18 is next. Mr. Clerk, could you call the item 18, please?
Item 18 is adoption of the 2009-2010 annual report to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, the chair would ask: Has every member of the task force had an opportunity to see the version with the amendments that were incorporated? Is there any additional revision that needs to be made? Member Cawthon.
I just wanted to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the meeting about the paragraph that was removed from the EOTC report. Second paragraph from the end having to do with the importance of having an attorney at our meetings. It was the paragraph now is at the end of the CAC report, so I would only ask that it be returned to the EOTC report without taking it from any other place where it is.
It's a correction. It's not in the CAC report. It's now incorporated into the umbrella report for the entire task force.
It's on page 291 on a report signed by Allison Washburn.
Yeah, it is.
So I mean, I think it's fine to be there, but I also would like it to go back to the EOTC report. Second paragraph from the end.
Okay. I'll put it back into the EOTC report. Is there any other? I'll put it back into all of the committee reports.
Mr. Chair, my assertion for having it be included in the front, in the very beginning, was so that if supervisors were to read that and only that, they would at least get that message. Because for it to just be mentioned in one committee report, it's kind of buried. And the opening statements, that's the umbrella for the entire task force, is really the crux of the report to the Board of Supervisors. So, and that's really where we need to say it, as saying that our committees are complaining, and we are complaining. So I think it's appropriate that it be in the beginning too. If it wants to be repeated in every report, that's fine. But I think it absolutely must be made in the beginning.
I agree.
Okay, I will add the paragraph into all of the committee reports and make them specific to those committees. Member Williams?
I was just, I don't
Microphone,
know how much
please.
longer I could stay, but I just noticed the our education and outreach report was not in here. They just have the sunshine, but we had a big one this month, a really large crowd this month of DCYF. All the top staff members is there, and that's not in here. And then we have two that we're going to go to next month. So people are reaching out and asking us to come there. And they are really asking questions. I mean, the staff is asking questions, whether they got complaints or not, and they really asked us a lot of questions. So Sue's been really trying to make it. And Chris, you need to help him with the agenda. We need an agenda. To get an agenda.
Through the chair, okay.
Okay.
You're doing it
A little bit earlier.
Further discussion? Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to approve this report for submittal to the Board of Supervisors with the amendments discussed here this evening.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Again, there's nobody in the audience. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Chan. Aye. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Williams. Member Cotton.
Aye.
Cotton, aye. Member Manny. Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva.
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Wolf. Wolf, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is the Ethics Commission proposed policy for handling sunshine-related complaints.
The hour is getting late, and I'm really not sure we want to spend time on this tonight. However, there's something I do wish to bring up on the whole progress aspect of this. We've held a number of special meetings now on this, and we have either been unable to discuss it at length because we were unable to maintain a quorum, or we didn't have a quorum to begin with. So what I am going to propose is this, that instead of having special meetings of the task force, we do two things. Number one, the Compliance and Amendments Committee request a joint meeting, which we had before, with the Ethics Commission. At that meeting, the Compliance and Amendments Committee will air to the Ethics Commission what we feel our concerns are about the proposed policy that's been drafted by the Ethics Commission staff. In addition, the chair will encourage all members of the task force and interested members of the public individually to air any concerns they have, criticisms, compliments, whatever, directly with the Ethics Commission. I mean, it's fairly obvious that because of all of the outside commitments that members of this task force have, we're really going to have a difficult time reaching any kind of a consensus statement about about the Ethics Commission policy. It's a long policy, and for us to go through item by item, it's just going to take too long. The Ethics Commission wants to hear from us. I think they've tentatively, maybe even firmly, scheduled deliberation on this for, I believe the date is November 8th or November 9th, perhaps. November 8th, I believe. So, that being the case, or maybe it's November 14th. Second Monday, I believe, is November 14th. So that doesn't leave us much time. And so I am going to ask that the chair of the Compliance and Amendments Committee request a joint meeting with the Ethics Commission at which we can air our concerns. Member Wolf.
Two things. One, I think it may be helpful that each committee of the task force put this on their agenda, since you all will be there, and everybody will be at a meeting sometime this month, and you'll have an opportunity to discuss it among yourselves in that committee. I think that's an alternate way for everybody to get eyeballs on it and be able to at least have a little deliberation or discussion about, even just one section, if you have time to do that. That would be certainly very, very helpful. The other thing is I would suggest that the Compliance and Amendments Committee have a meeting amongst just itself before we have this joint meeting. I don't feel prepared at all to jump into a joint meeting with the ethics folks at this point. I really do take Mr. Grossman's points at heart. I think he was a little harsh because we haven't even gotten to the point of getting into the meat of it yet. So, we haven't been able to even get to the point of discussing a process. So I think he was a little premature admonishment for us But it's true. We do need to find a process to be able to do this and get it done. This is like this is as important as getting the amendments passed.
Member Washburn.
Well, I think that we have a fairly light agenda for the next meeting, compliance and amendments. We don't have orders of determination to follow up on, I don't believe. Do we? So I mean, this will be our agenda. So, and I believe the meeting's in 2 weeks. Okay. And then we can talk about scheduling. We should probably work to schedule something with ethics right away. Okay.
Further discussion? Okay, next item, please.
Item 21 is the report from the Complaint Committee meeting of September 14th.
The report in the agenda is accurate. The only thing I would like to add is that item from the complaint number 10045, which was, I believe, Randall Evans against Mo Magic, which we did not find jurisdiction in because we determined that Mo Magic is not covered under the 12L because it receives less than $250,000 worth of city money. However, the complainant in your packet is in there, in the second packet that Chris gave us today. The complainant has issued a appeal to the full board at our determination of jurisdiction. So he would like us as a full board to reconsider the complaint committee's finding of no jurisdiction in the matter. Unfortunately, I don't know how we proceed with that.
Well, I think the proper way to do that would be to ask if there is a motion, if anybody would like to make a motion that we find jurisdiction, and if we do, we would then schedule a hearing on the merits for our next meeting on October 26th. Is there a motion to find jurisdiction in this matter? First of all, use the microphone,
I'm sorry.
please.
Up under 12L, dealing with these nonprofits and things like that, that's a whole different animal. I mean, I had to call almost 30 people to find out if they're not getting $250,000 from the. We don't need to even deal with it.
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair.
Member
I just
Wolf?
want to ask Member Kneber, I mean, is that the crux, basically the beginning and the end of the whole thing? Is there any other details?
Yeah, well, the details are that Mo Magic is actually, from what was presented to us, is that Mo Magic is actually one person. It's not really an organization. There's a coalition. She acts as a liaison between the coalitions, and even so, that coalition together doesn't get more than $250,000 from the city. So on that basis, we found that it doesn't meet the standards of 12L. So we did not find jurisdiction.
Is there any other sections that it may apply to?
No, because it isn't a policy body of the city of San Francisco. The only way it would fall under is because it's a nonprofit doing business with San Francisco.
And we also determined that there is no contract and no provision in a contract that under which the contractee or contractor agrees to abide by the Sunshine Ordinance. So It's really beyond our jurisdiction.
Yep.
There being no motion, the chair will again note that there is nobody in the audience section. Next item, please.
Next item is the report from the Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting of September 14, 2010.
Okay, Member Washburn was not present for that. Member Johnson chaired the committee in Member Washburn's absence. Member Johnson, would you like to present the report, please?
I didn't think about that, so kind of going off the top of my head, but most of our work was on Michael Wright's case, and we requested the restraining order, the stay away order. So we kind of went over what we did today.
Okay. Discussion? And again, the chair will note that there is nobody in the audience. Next item, please.
Next item is the administrator's report. Mr. Chair, we have several orders of determination that need to be approved.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. And have you sent those to me?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I need to. Okay. That brings us.
Mr. Chair, it's mainly for the EOTC.
I'm sorry?
It's mainly for the EOTC meeting, the orders of determination.
Oh, for the EOTC.
For EOTC, yes.
Oh, okay. Right. Again, the chair will note that there is nobody in the audience section. That brings us to announcements. Member Wolf.
2 items. One is at the last Committee on IT meeting that I attended, I was kind of introduced myself to the Microsoft representative who was awarded the contract for handling the city's document management system. And so right now this is at the point that we've been waiting for to make sure that we inject ourselves to ensure that proper index of records are created and that accessibility through electronic media is made available in the most sunshineable process possible. So I got actually a phone call from this fellow at Microsoft asking me for a meeting, and I felt it was a little kind of odd that he would call me outside of somebody from the Department of Technology. But I am going to call I'm going to call Chris Veen, who's the director, and mention to him that we want to have a meeting with the Microsoft folks, if he can arrange it. And so if there's anything specific that you have experienced online or that you think should be online that we don't have online or that we can take advantage of, please email me and let me know as soon as you can. Even if it's a running list, I don't care how many emails I get from you, just send me your ideas. If you see something on some other website that you think is really cool or that makes things a lot easier to search or obtain documents for, please let me know. The other issue is the chair and I had a meeting with the clerk of the board regarding just a number of items on maybe possible changes that are coming because of lack of funding, our inability to get additional funding for our budget and what have you. One of the suggestions that came forward was possibly not truncating, but optimizing and streamlining our minutes because it's a lot of work, and they would prefer to have it done more like the way the Board of Supervisors minutes are being done. So we're going to be in discussion and working with Chris on this, and if there are any suggestions about what you feel absolutely needs to be included in minutes versus what, because when you look at minutes from one committee to the task force, there's a lot of repetition, and so and then we have all the attachments, and it just makes for a lot of additional paper and it makes things very large. We do want to provide as much documentation to the public as possible, and the attachments are really important, but if they could be referred or be made part of a kind of a different package that they could be obtained somewhere else, what have you, we're going to be working on that kind of thing. So the amount of verbatim or quasi-verbatim information in the minutes will be probably greatly reduced. It's going to be they want to reduce it down to action minutes only. I think Chair Nee and I had a very shocking reaction to that because we find that the work that we do is much like how the Board of Appeals works and various other boards that must provide a certain level of information that kind of tells the story. So you really can't, even if you get the attachments, it doesn't tell the story. So,
Member Williams and then Member Johnson.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody. I missed a lot of special meetings, but you guys know with murder trials and the 3P, it's really taken a toll on me, but I'm not going to give up, and thank you for holding me in your thoughts. And one other thing that I want to say, I have respect for everybody in here and love for everybody in here. And what happened earlier today with Sue and Mr. Nee in front of the public, I didn't feel very comfortable with that. And if any of us all are not going to agree on everything, but wait until after everybody is gone, and then we can just air out our little grievances of how we feel, and don't let the public see that. And they don't need to see us not in agreement with each other, and we're not going to be in agreement with each other. But I didn't particularly, like I saw a lot of looks, and we don't look like we sticking together. Well, how are they going to have faith in us? So, we can work it out. Whatever's going on between anybody, we can work it out. Communication. Okay.
Member Johnson.
I don't know if you're going to continue to have discussion about the minutes, but I haven't written for a while for Fog City Journal, but when I did, it was almost exclusively associated with the Board of Supervisors, and their minutes left me no alternative except to go to the video transcript. Mm-hmm. So I just want to point that out, that if I needed anything substantive, I had to go to the video transcript. So just so I'm sure you know, but I just want to...
Well, but that's kind of the suggestion that the clerk was making, was that we do record them, they're, and people can go for them.
The Board of Supervisors are text video. I don't mean the audio of it. They actually have the video written out.
Oh, they have written transcript.
What do they call that?
Real-time
subtitles.
Yeah, real-time captioning.
Yeah, for the hearing impaired, they post that with the video, and so I frequently had to go there to get the gist of where I was looking for some substantive information. So you know,
we discussed that too, and it's a budgetary issue.
Member Cawthon.
I just wanted to follow up on what Marjorie said about our presentation before the Department of Children, Youth, and their families, and it sort of reminds me that I always have such respect for what Marjorie Ann says, and I just have to tell you, here I am, sober-sized, and this is section 67.21E, and Marjorie has them in stitches, so it's really great to do a presentation with her, because there's a lot of really good feeling in the air.
Thank you. Okay. Motion to adjourn.